Ki aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, ti hei moriora. Moving through to item 2, which is apologies. We've received no apologies, so we can move straight through to conflict of interest declarations. Any conflicts for members to declare? I suppose we all have a conflict, don't we? But no, all good. Item 4, which is the initial representation proposal, and that is the hearing of the submissions, of course. And that's on page 6 of the agenda. And what I'll do is ask Richard Hardy to make some comments. After you speak, Richard, then I'll just run through how we will undertake these submissions today as well. So over to you.
Kia ora koutou, Mr Mayor. Thank you for the introduction and elected members. I've been asked to give you a brief introduction to the results of the consultation process and survey as a way of setting the scene for today's hearings. Firstly, just a quick look at the timeline, just to remind you of the journey that we've been on. So back in May last year, you agreed to establish an independent representation review panel to undertake the review. They were appointed and began their public engagement in August. We have now, then at the end of June, you received their report and the initial representation proposal, and it was that initial representation proposal that you agreed and went out for public consultation through July. We've followed a special consultative process for this as outlined in the Local Government Act, and it was undertaken in line with the sort of processes that we would expect for a piece of work of this complexity and size. There was information available on our Have Your Say web page. We also had an online survey and paper surveys available for people to provide feedback. There was public notices and advertising in the Hutt News, and then emails out to all of those communities of interest who participated in the representation review panel's engagement process. There were posters, media releases, and then 5 drop-in sessions at community hubs, at all the community hubs around the city, which I know some of you attended, so thank you very much for that. Just in terms of the responses, you've all received the full collection of submissions as well as a separate pack for the presentations today. Those submissions have also been made available online. And at this point, I just want to acknowledge that we did have some technical issues formatting some of the submissions that had to be taken from a written version into the Have Your Say platform so that we could then analyse the results and get the feedback to you. So I apologise for this, but hopefully we've rectified all those and they're in your hearings pack. So overall, we had 370 valid responses. And this slide shows you the participation rate, both in percentage and in terms of the numbers by the current wards. This gives you a breakdown of the responses by suburbs. You'll see that Eastbourne and Eastern Bays had a higher number of submitters than any other suburb, with 207 submissions total. That's 55%, followed by Wainuiomata with 6% of the submissions and Petone with 5%. In terms of demographic, 68% of the submitters that we had identify as New Zealand European and 8% identified as Māori. So there were 4
clarification on that. So if we go back, just because I know we do have Wainuiomata listed down the list as well. So I think if you add them all up, it's more closer to 10%. Just to clarify it for everyone. Sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Just so we're all on the same page.
Good interjection. Okay, so in terms of the 4 questions, there were 4 questions asked in the survey, and the following slides are going to present those results. So the first question, do you support the proposal that Hutt City Council comprises of a mayor and 13 councillors? And you can see the response rates there. 36% support the proposal, 31% oppose, and the rest are either neutral or left no response. What we've done with those responses in the survey is we created a space for additional text, unlimited text responses to support people's choice. What we've done, like we did with the long-term plan submissions, is we undertook a thematic analysis of those text responses to identify themes and issues. So for each of the graphs that I show you, I'm also going to give you a snapshot of some of those themes that came through. You'll see in the supportive comment, there were people making reference to our growing population and the need to change with the times. You'll also notice that a number of people, both in support and opposing this question, were speaking to the question about having a Māori ward councillor. And then 26% of the people who spoke in opposition to this question also made comments relating to retaining community boards. In terms of the proposal around being elected under a mixed system of representation, that's 5 city ward councillors, 7 councillors from the general ward and 1 Māori councillor. There was 36% of the responses were in support of the proposal and 38% were opposed, so pretty evenly balanced. In terms of the sort of feedback and thematic analysis that we got, there was a strong sense that in the supporting side of things that this was a fair and democratic outcome. Again, comments around the inclusion of a Māori ward, both in support and opposition, and comments around retaining community boards. What was interesting here is that a number of people seemed to have, it was fairly evenly split in terms of a preference for having a ward-only or at-large system. And I'd just like to remind councillors that around the 67 TAs in the country, only 6 councils have a mixed system, and 53 have just wards, and 8 councils have just at-large councillors. What's interesting of those 53 that have just the ward councillors is 43 of those 53 have wards which have different numbers of councillors in, like has been proposed in our initial representation proposal. Then to the question for support for the 5 general wards, again, you can see the mix there, pretty balanced, 38% in support, 35% opposing. And I've just included a map there to show you how that's set out. Again, in the supporting comments, there was a link to the idea that this is a growing community and that it just makes sense that the northern, eastern and central changes would work from the perspective of fair representation. There was a view that Harbour Ward has a number of distinct communities and the Wainui-o-Mata Ward is too big and should have 2 councillors. Several other comments also made it clear that, based on the comments, that there was a misunderstanding about how the plus or minus 10% rule works, so that we have a balanced number of, or try and achieve a balanced number of people for each councillor that we have. This may have contributed to the greater opposition or neutral responses that we had for this. And then to the final one, do you support the proposal that there be no community boards in Te Awa, Kairangi, Ki Tai, Lower Hutt, and the 3 existing community boards? So 21% support for this, 72% opposition, and you'll see from the comments that the people who supported removing the community boards were talking about the connection that they have, comments like ineffective or little value, and then also raising the question about equality across the whole city. Then in the opposition side of things, understandably pointing to the valuable asset for representing and supporting and advocating for community issues. 29% of the submissions made direct comment about the service provided by the Eastbourne Community Board. And then you'll note there are 15%, 41 comments suggested extending community boards to all wards. And just finally, there were some other bits of feedback that I wanted to bring to your attention. We had 5 submissions suggesting extending the Harbour Ward to include the area from Burdensgate south to Pencarrow Lighthouse. This was due to the fact that the road is geographically bound to the Eastbourne or to the Harbour Ward, and it better aligns with the functional dimension of community interests there. We have looked into what this would look like, and it is possible to consider this, and we have also spoken to the residents who are affected down there who understand what is being considered. So that is something that came through in the feedback. We also received 15 submissions suggesting that Kota, which is currently in the Harbour Ward, be aligned with the Western Ward. Again, you'll recall from the Representation Review Panel's report that the fact that Kota is linked by road directly into Petone, and in terms of discussion with the Community Board and other communities of interest down there, there was a sense that Kota is actually, as a community of interest, is more closely aligned with Petone, which is why it was included there. So just finally, just in terms of what happens in terms of next steps. So today you'll be hearing the submissions, and on the 10th of September you'll be asked to consider the final representation proposal. That will then be publicly notified, and there will be an appeals and objection period that will run from 12th of September to the 12th of October. We've already got a date for hearings if there are appeals. That's the 26th of November, and then following that, any changes that are made will be implemented into the October 2025 elections. Happy to take any questions, but I also realise we're pressed for time.
Any questions? Councillor Parker and Councillor Mitchell.
Kia ora, thank you for that. 2 quick questions, hopefully. One, the Burdensgate numbers, you've mentioned that that's a practical option. Does it help in terms of making things more favourable with the 10% rule? And the other question was regarding the Korokoro suggestions. Were they from Korokoro residents, or were they the suggestions from others outside of the area?
Thank you. I don't have the breakdown for the Korokoro residents, but I can uncover those for you. In terms of the plus or minus 10% rule for Burdensgate, it doesn't have a material impact on the numbers for that between Wainui-a-Mata and the Harbour Ward.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Richard. The feedback's quite clearly been skewed towards a few particular parts of the city. I wondered if there was any analysis done or could be done before we meet on the 10th of September, looking at responses from people in different wards in particular.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, would you like a breakdown, or more detailed breakdown of comments from particular wards?
Yeah, or question by question in the graphs, if we could see how people indicated support or opposition to particular proposals based on the ward that they live in. That'd be useful, thank you.
We'll take that away and think about how we can best represent that, see if we can come up with that before the 10th.
Yep. Great. Okay. What we'll do now is just quickly run through how today will work. So each of our submitters will have a total of 5 minutes, and that includes any time for questions. So we will just make sure we encourage our speakers to be mindful of that and how they choose to use their time, noting that, of course, we have read their submissions in front of us. Our community boards will, of course, have 10 minutes, and so too our iwi representation. At the end of the meeting, Council then has the opportunity to ask for to give any further direction to officials and ask for any further information to come back for the 6th of September, just as Councillor Mitchell has done with that particular request. So anything that you feel is pertinent, please jot that down, and we will have the opportunity to go through that at the conclusion of the hearing. Sound good? Great. Okay, first up we have Belinda Moss, the Chair of the Eastbourne Community Board, and I believe Murray Gibbons, you're going to join Belinda. And as mentioned, total of 10 minutes, and happy to start when you're ready.
Tēnā koutou. I'm speaking on behalf of the Eastbourne Community Board to our submission, and Murray Gibbons will speak also within our allocated time. We acknowledge the cost of community boards and the cost pressures on council. We argue that dollar for dollar, the cost of a community board is an effective and efficient investment. We want to make 3 points today. Firstly, council should seek more democracy, not less. Representation isn't a line item on a budget. We're told that each community board costs an average of just over $119,000 per year. This is a minuscule amount from the city's OPEX budget. Our second point, the focus should be on the effectiveness of the investment and savings, not the cost. Community boards add value. Some examples of the value we add: resilience and civil defence. These are two of our biggest risks in a seismic harbour-side city. Council needs local representation and knowledge to help prepare for change and emergencies, as well as leadership and a point of contact in the event of emergencies. Community boards fill this role. Community boards are an excellent training ground for councillors, as many of you know firsthand. For our communities, we provide engagement, communication and networks, as the Eastbourne Community Board has demonstrated over the last 2 months. 55, according to Richard, % of all submissions on this review were from the 5,000 residents in Eastbourne and the Eastern Bays. As an aside, this is an extraordinary result. Council's only direct communication about the representation review to Eastbourne and Bays residents was posters in the library. The number of submissions from Eastbourne is due to the Community Board using its channels and networks to inform residents about the proposal to disestablish community boards. Residents did the rest. Community boards support residents by providing opportunities to engage at a less formal grassroots level. Councils can be complicated and intimidating to navigate, while community boards are approachable. Engagement. The fact that Council received only 370 submissions from its 114,000 residents about this representation review tells us that Hutt City has an engagement issue. Address the issue. Don't do away with community boards, which are part of the solution. Our third point, the independent panel used the wrong test. The panel focused on inequality rather than fairness and effectiveness. As we said in our written submission, we agree that equality is essential, but it's not the representation review test. In any case, there is equality in representation because under the Local Government Act, any community can request to establish a community board. If 10% of the voters in Stokes Valley, the Western Hills or Nainai petition Council must consider establishing a community board. The process happens all over the country. It is not unusual. To our knowledge, no other community of interest in Lower Hutt has requested that a new community board be established. If the panel is correct in its argument, many other cities and districts would be disestablishing community boards, but that is not the case. Finally, the independent panel's report seems determined to undermine community boards and spread misinformation about what they do. The panel made no effort to liaise with the 3 communities of interest that have community boards, and seemingly little effort to listen to the community boards it met with to understand what we actually do. We question how it reached its recommendation to disestablish community boards. The panel's report listed the activities we are already doing as potential activities. The real potential lies with council and officers to better understand and appreciate the role of community boards and how we can make their jobs easier and more effective. We believe we have been a very effective arm of council on many matters beyond our statutory role. We're proud of our work, including effectively championing the Te Pua Horonuku Resilience and Shared Path project. This was recognised at last week's Community Board conference when we received an award for enhancing our community in relation to that project. In summary, community boards provide fair and effective representation for residents and communities. Community boards help ensure residents' voices are heard. We believe the need for ready, face-to-face access to elected representatives who are neighbours in our communities has never been more important. In an increasingly digital world, community boards provide a vital human connection. You have read more than 200 submissions from Eastbourne and the Bays, and today you will hear loud and clear that residents want to retain their community board. Thank you for listening to us and to them. I'm going to hand over to Murray.
Yes, good morning. I'm afraid I'm a bit addicted to community boards as I'm now serving my 7th triennium. So why am I so enthusiastic about community boards? The reason is that I consider community boards are the vital flux that welds the residents and the council together in a strong and happy relationship. I would now like to tell you a very short story to emphasise this point. I live in Rona Street in Eastbourne. It's a street that runs from the main road at sea level up into the bush. 100 metres to the north of Rona Street is Tota Street, parallel to Rona Street, that does the same. There's a small stream that runs between the two streets. At the top of the street, there is a track that runs through some lovely natural bush, and the two streets are joined up. One day I arrived home from work to find a man who lives at the top of Rona Street on my porch waiting to see me. He explained that he had got home from work that day and found his wife very upset and in tears, as earlier in the day, a tree contractor from Hutt City Council had knocked on the door and said that at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, a team of contractors would be arriving to cut down all the big trees in the bush between the two streets as they interfered with the power lines. He knew I was on the community board and asked if I could do anything about it. I said I would try. I phoned the city arborist, Colin Lum, as I have worked with him before and had his phone number. I told Colin the situation. He said he had an important council meeting at 9 o'clock that day, but he would, if he met me on site at 7:30, he would see what he could do. So I met Colin on site. The result? Colin and the contractor wandered through the bush, and Colin marked the trees that could be trimmed and trimmed only, and only 2 had anything like a major cutback. I then wrote to the Mayor showing my appreciation for Colin's efforts. So, councillors, before you make any decisions on this matter, I would ask that you remember this story and remember our city's motto, so proudly displayed at reception. Lower Hutt City, a great place to live, work and play. And I consider community boards play a major part in making our motto come true. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Councillor Shaw.
Thank you both for your presentation. This one's for you, Belinda. You suggested that the independent panel had undermined the purpose of community boards. What makes you think that, or say that?
The panel's report focused on our statutory, what we do on paper. It ignored all the advocacy we do in the communication and the networking, and described them as potential things we could do, when in fact we're already doing them.
Belinda, just as a reference on the 10% for a poll, do you have just where that is and where that's outlined in Local Government Act, or
It's a Local Government
Act.
Where
you've got that from? Yeah.
Yep, it's Local Government Act, Section 6 from memory. I might be wrong on that. It's not a poll. I was wrong when I.
Petition to then.
It's a petition to council.
10% of the
10% of voters.
registered voters
in
to
a
then.
community of interest.
Okay. Yeah, we can get some further advice on that. Councillor Edwards.
Sorry, Belinda, just a follow-up question to Councillor Shaw's. Are you saying that the panel didn't sit down with the community board members?
The panel did sit down with the community board, well, with I think all 3 community boards, but a lot of what we spoke about wasn't taken through to the report, including our request to have Pencarrow Road included into Harbour Ward.
Councillor Mitchell.
Kia ora. Your written submission basically is requesting that we stick with the status quo in regards to community boards. There have been a lot of submissions through this process speaking to the high value of extra service Eastbourne receives from its community board, which is great that the community feels that value. The community boards are paid for by all residents of Lower Hutt. Horowhenua District Council in their last LTP decided to charge their one community board area a targeted rate to fund the community board. Do you think if we stick with the status quo and only have community boards in some particular areas, that residents of those areas should pay for that extra level of representation?
We haven't discussed that as a board. My personal view is that's not equality. It's not equitable.
It's not equitable?
It would, some areas may be more able or willing to pay that than others, potentially. As I say, we haven't discussed it as a board. Perhaps it's one solution, I'm not sure.
I suppose on that question though, if for example the Eastbourne Community Board was to remain, do you think that it would be fair to have a targeted rate to fund the community board, particularly if other parts of the city don't have a community board? E-review?
I think you should look at it the other way and make a certain, go out to places like Stokes Valley and show them the benefits of having a community board and just charge everyone even. But I know we were a little bit lucky that we were morphed from the Eastbourne Borough Council, and that's why we probably initially were set up. But I think community boards are a great success, as I've outlined in my little blurb, and just go and encourage them in everywhere, and that just make it part of the overall cost of running the council.
It's certainly a consideration, but didn't answer my question. If we were in a situation where Eastbourne had a board and other parts of the city didn't, would you, in your view, accept a targeted rate to fund that board?
Well, it would have to depend on how much the targeted rate was. How many dollars you're trying to wring out of it.
At the moment, if my maths is correct, the community board costs $20 per resident per year. So yes, that could be a consideration.
Could be, yeah, okay. And I understand that you haven't discussed it, so I know it's putting you on the spot a little bit, but it's an important matter for us to consider. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you taking the time, Belinda, and thank you, Murray. Mike Fisher, Chair of the Batoni Community Board, welcome. Semi Creaser as well, welcome. Okay, over to you, time starts.
Thank you, councillors. And we do have, I know, at least one community board member listening in who may join us. For those lucky enough to attend Superlocal Local Government New Zealand conference last week, which included the Community Boards Conference, we saw and heard how community boards are a key, active, functioning and indeed integral part of local government in New Zealand and for communities up and down the length of the motu. They're reflective of their communities, and Batoni is a prime example of this. Our board geographically, ethnically, age-wise, is reflective, perhaps more so than some of the other boards even, of our community. We provide a conduit to council and a backup in particular in Harbour Ward to our councillor with the myriad of issues Batoni faces, which you have heard from myself and the other board members on numerous occasions. There are numerous examples of interaction with members, council staff, advocacy, answering questions, meeting attendance, and organising events that would all channel or fall to one councillor or indeed other members of Hutt City Council staff if community boards were to be abolished. Abolishing community boards based on arguments about their effectiveness and cost is totally against the ethos of localism. We heard over and over again at the conference about localism, and someone had a very good quote, it puts the unity into community. If there ever was a good example of this, it is the community board model. One of the poster boys, and I hope he forgives me for saying this, one of the poster boys for local government, Mayor Moko Tupania, stated at the conference how totally in support of community boards he is in his area. And he wasn't alone. Others made similar comments. Of course, we know that many of you have community board backgrounds, so you know the wealth of experience and training that can bring to your role now. Yes, community boards can be improved, but in discussions with other board members from around the country last week, the working relationship and degree of involvement we have under the current council is one to be proud of. Our opinions are heard, usually, our information is shared, and you always get great advice from us. Having seen the working relationships with premiers from previous traineums, this is by far the best. And we thank you for that. Let's build on this and not throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Kia ora, team. My words will be around diversity in terms of representation of this panel. I think the celebration that we have a 10% population in Lower Hutt of Pacifica is great. Add Māori and we're nearly up to 30%, but yet the representation of those communities are still not seen largely in our leadership roles for council, especially for Pacifica. I think they're a vibrant community that we have here, and I see a lot of you guys on your post sharing your time with all the other ethnic groups as well that we have in Lower Hutt. I think for Pacifica, especially, not voting has always been a barrier for Pacifica, and in the panel review, they said there was disengagement from the Pacifica population. But when you're not voting, you're disengaged. That's the first thing. Plus, we also have a trust issue with our Pacifica voters because it stems back, and I hate to bring this up, to Dawn raids. So we've got generations of Pacifica voters who are disengaged, who don't vote, and have memories of their grandparents going through quite a bit of stuff. And with that, I think being a barrier, I also think that it's time for us to really use community boards to actually push into those people that you are meeting every weekend and all those other ethnic groups, to say to them, you do wonderful things in your community, please run. You need to run. You need to be a voice out there. Because as Mike said, localism is about everyone in our population. Our fastest growing population across the country for Pacifica is under 25. We don't want them to be a lost generation. And I know that you guys, that there are activations where council will look to activate themselves in the community. But when you're an elected person and you feel that mana of leadership, you are not knocking off at 5 o'clock. Like yourselves, you don't. You're elected members. You keep going. And I'm not saying your staff will knock off at 5 o'clock, but it's not as if they were out there knocking on doors, looking in the faces of people. I think for community boards, my vision is I see a really great opportunity for council to possibly use us as better steering groups. Look at us as associate ministers. Give us work that gives us levers to get into the community, to really have meat in there, to talk about different issues, and then for us to collaborate and see if we can find a middle ground. I just don't think that part has been explored from the community group. But in terms of my voice, in terms of diversity, I must say from the local conference we had last week, I was surprised to hear a reporter come up to me and say, thank goodness, I've now met the final 7th person of Pacifica in local government in New Zealand. I was like, what? She goes, yeah, there's 7 of you in this space. So I'd like it to be more. But again, for Lower Hutt, for us to be leaders in this country, we need to figure out how this works for us. So the pressure's back on you guys in terms of this review panel, because as a review panel, I'm speaking on behalf of the brown voice that you all see in your communities. Thank you for your time.
I was just going to say, sorry,
Yep.
I'm not quite sure if Matt wanted to add anything.
Sure, Matt Roberts.
Yeah, sorry, I only joined partway through. I would just really add, again, building on being at the Local Government New Zealand Community Boards Conference, there were quite a few places that only had like at-large councillors, like only one ward, but they still had several community boards. So just keep in mind, like there is nothing stopping having a Petone and an Eastbourne community board in the same kind of ward. I think it's about understanding what communities of interest are and how best to serve those and help bring those voices through to the rest of council to support effective decision making. And I would stress, thinking about the benefits of community boards, not just the costs of having community boards. And there are lots of the issues and challenges of community boards are those that apply to council in general. So just saying, oh, community boards have got challenges, we don't need them. You're basically saying we don't need a council either, because those challenges are common to any kind of elected representative kind of body, from my perspective. And in our submission, we highlighted lots of the value add that the community board has brought to council and to being a voice for those in our area. I think that's all I really want to add.
Okay, we'll open it up for questions. Councillor Brown.
Kia ora. Semi, I think the question is for you that, thank you for sharing that and the local government. Our Pacific population, the majority are in Nainai and Taita. In Nainai and Taita, we've got one elected member, whereas in the Harbour Ward, we've got 13. So what's your view on that, on being able to get to Pacific that are in, who don't have community boards?
I think it is giving them a toolbox, as sorry to use the cliche, and to actually put pressure back on our Pacifica communities, our leaders, because for too long they do say in their silos. If the first time I spoke to you, and it is a chance for us to actually work in conjunction with them to actually push them. I know that for Wainui you guys have a great support around who you see as potential, and what we don't have in Nainai is maybe some key voices asking young voices, you're in this lane, it's only for 3 years, but it would be great for your experience to be in local government. Maybe that's where we need to be more proactive in just saying, patting them on the back and saying, you know, you're good enough for this, step up, and then building that toolbox around them. But thank you for the question.
Just a question from myself. And my job is to be devil's advocate because you're in the room, okay? So, you know, everyone knows my background.
Must be a question for you, Mike.
But it's important we do this, right? So I look at the numbers and I see that Eastbourne and the Eastern Bays community, over 207 submissions. The community board obviously put their submission in. A number of residents have submitted around the value they see. We only got 18 from Petone. Can you explain why that number's so low? If there is such a value add for Petone from the community board, why haven't people come and told us that?
I think, and I anticipated this question, I think a lot are just simply, and I don't mean just in Petone, I mean overall, and this was a fact that was brought out by the panel, this lack of understanding of local government. And many would not be aware, despite all our efforts about the review, to be aware of it and go to that stage of putting in a submission. A lot would wait until the final chance and the final iteration of what the council puts up as its proposal to join the argument if they're going to. I think also
just to challenge that, Mike, that's not been our experience of other issues in Petone of late. They've come up pretty loud and clear when they feel really strongly about something quite early on.
Absolutely, I agree, and I think that's because they're very related to physical elements like the wharf, the rates, etc. Building on top of the fact that we've just had the LTP round, with the representation review following closely behind, a lot of people would just have either switched off or perhaps be waiting for that final decision. It is just that sign of a disengagement with local government and indeed central government at times. That's all I can put it down to.
Okay. No, thank you. Councillor Mitchell, and then we will need to keep moving.
Thank you. The previous community board made really clear their views on community boards, sticking with the status quo of the 3 boards we have. Just checking my understanding of what your board's recommending. One thing, you guys did comment on the number of wards and councillors and made the comment that you'd like to see consistency across the board and have 1 councillor per ward, which would mean creating more wards to retain proportionality. So that would be 7 wards. You also make the statement that you support all wards having a community board and that Petone and Eastbourne would benefit from retaining separate community boards. So that's 7 wards, 8 wards is your recommendation?
If I'm doing my maths correctly. I believe that what we were saying was that we preferred the status quo, knowing also that there was going to be a Maori ward councillor, as opposed to some elements of the proposal with 2 councillors for some wards based on various reasoning. And our preference was for community boards retained and preferably extended to other parts of the city.
If I can add, I think like at one of our forums that the community board ran, some of the public were saying it felt like some areas would get more representation by having 2 councillors. Like it's that challenge. Yes, the logic behind it is still the proportionality, but the public perception is going to be a bit different, that some areas are getting more say around the council table.
If I could just quickly add, and it's also a bit of a reply to Councillor Brown's question, we have the at-large councillors. So that's a resource there that can be untapped and switched to areas that are either underrepresented, either geographically or perhaps ethnically, however we want to split it up. And I feel that the at-large councillors, now that they're bedded in after the initial election where they arrived on the scene, could be used to a greater extent, which would also help bolster, if necessary, representation in areas that don't have community boards or may have a lot of issues going on for one councillor on their own.
That was going to be my final question. I can't remember who made the comment about Harbourwood only being represented by 1 councillor. I mean, that's just not correct. They've got 7. There's 6 citywide councillors, and I think from my experience, I've seen citywide councillors be very active in that area. So, I mean, would you agree with that based on what you've just said?
Yes, but in a lot of people's minds, first and foremost, they draw on the local ward councillor. That's their first port of call, or a community board if there is one, and they are aware of that. They don't always see all the at-large councillors. They may see some more than others. Others have higher profiles than others. So it's not necessarily balanced in that respect. What I'm saying is a greater use of them, either by an allocated area perhaps, that would be a way of achieving more equitable coverage, if you like, for areas, particularly if they feel that there's a lot going on and the burden, to some people's eyes, is falling on one councillor in particular.
Thank you. We will have to move on because we are already running a little bit behind time. I was generous there because particularly with our community boards around the discussions and allowance for questions. But for our speakers, we will have to stick to time just because people are on schedules. So we now move on to Bruce Spedding, and this is an individual submission. So Bruce, a total of 5 minutes, and I'll trust that you understand I'll need to be firm on that 5. Thanks.
Thank you. Kia ora. I'm an Eastbourne resident and a community board member speaking for myself and my community. With my 3 minutes, I'll only speak to my opposition to the proposed dissolution of community boards. My submission makes it clear that after removing rhetoric, anecdotes, misrepresentation and unsubstantiated assertions, there is little evidence to consider, and what remains in no way supports the panel's recommendation. Their own data refutes their conclusions, but they have chosen to ignore that. The report obviously faced no peer review, or it would have been sent back. The panel makes a big deal of the lack of power the community boards have, but not once does it mention elected members' requests, the superpower that far outweighs all the others. Knowledge is power. The panel was asked to identify and define the community's interest in the city. They identify a few arbitrary groups defined by factors such as ethnicity or religion, groups that by their nature are already able to represent themselves. The panel dismisses the existing geographic communities as no longer relevant and neglects to identify what is probably the most important and least visible community in the city, those who have no identifiable community of interest, the isolated who are not members of any club or group. These are the elderly living on their own, the lonely, those in poverty, suffering from social anxiety, mental health issues, or with accessibility challenges, or just introverted. These are the most vulnerable members that are represented by their community board as of right. They don't have to join, They don't have to pass a test, they don't have to pay a fee, and they don't even have to vote. The community board is the voice to council for those who don't have a voice. It does not sit between the council and the community. It gives voice to those who lack one. Despite the panel not being tasked to consider the cost of community boards, it stepped outside its terms of reference and did so with collusion from the council. No attempt has been made to cost the alternatives. That's ridiculous. The first step in any normal, responsible financial analysis would be to do so, and another example of the lack of rigour that's in this process so far. On page 38 of their report, the panel recommended that the council, and I'll paraphrase, 1, negotiate access to communities through those with lived experience of that community. 2, engage at their place, resulting in an increased level of comfort and safety, and at a time that best suits the community. 3, ensure discussions are facilitated jointly with a local community member. And 4, communicate information from the council to communities in their own language. This is a very concise description of what community boards actually do, and it's clear that the panel had no idea that it was saying what it was saying when it made that recommendation. I challenge those of you who are going to decide on this important issue to actually take the time to talk with us, meaning community boards, properly before deciding. Don't just rely on a highly flawed review and recommendation. Thank you.
Got some time for questions. Councillor Dyer.
Yeah, just wondering if you could expand a bit on your accusation of collusion with the council. Just wondering what you mean there.
So in the information section on the webpage, although the financial cost of community boards is not, there was no requirement for the panel to look at the costs of anything, but the council specifically calls out on their own webpage the costs of community boards. There is no other mention of any other financial overheads or costs anywhere except for the cost of community boards. And the council specifically calls that out as an information item.
So how's that collusion between the panel? There was an FAQ and people were asking the questions, so we provided the answer.
Because they are including information that's outside the scope of the thing, there are other areas of collusion. I mean, the whole thing, the report is pretty big, but the way the council has presented information to me indicates quite a strong bias, and that's one of them.
Councillor Mitchell.
Well, it was really just a comment, Bruce. I think that financial information was included in FAQs because it was an FAQ. It was a question we were all being asked, I'm pretty sure, by your community board included, and that's why that financial information was presented there.
So why is there no other costings included? Because I'm sure there was requests about how much extra it would cost the council if they took away the community boards to meet the recommendations of the panel. There's absolutely no costing included for people to make a comparison. And nobody in their right mind makes a financial decision based on one number.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to now move. Mike Fisher's been very kind to go a little bit further down the list, just because we've got a few members here who are on a tighter schedule. So we've got Richard Aldridge, and I believe Richard is online. You hear us, Richard?
Yes, can you hear me?
You can. So total of 5 minutes, and that includes any time for questions. So we'll pass it over to you. Thanks, Richard.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to present my views. I have directly emailed all my submission, but here is a summary. I have no objection to the proposals that's outlined in the panel's report, but I'm very much opposed to the council's intention to create a separate Maori ward. I think your views when the proposal was first mooted are summed up by you all wanting a Maori voice at the table, despite there being nothing preventing Maori standing for a conventional election, just as a number of you have proven. You know that if you persist, there will now be a need for a referendum, and the cost of that will be on ratepayers during a cost of living crisis in a period of truly exceptional, and some would say unsustainable, rates increases. And if we have that referendum, how confident are you that the views of the wider community will align with yours, that the community you all declared in your best judgment to represent? Moreover, by creating that ward, you are dividing our community along very specific racial lines, creating an opportunity for one ethnic group that is unavailable to all others, despite the ethnic diversity in our city. It should also be noted that there is no justification for this practice in the Treaty of Waitangi, and it flies in the face of the equality sought in the Human Rights Act, the UN's Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the UN's Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Ratepayers spent quite a sum of money to engage the independent panel, but by creating a Maori ward, you'll be undermining its principal purpose, which was to ensure fair and appropriate representation. That ward will create a significant distortion well beyond the cited rule of 10%, and which in reality will be completely at odds with the accepted axiom of one person, one vote, and its inherent principle of democratic equivalence. That ward will almost certainly result in a Maori vote effectively being worth several times more than its non-Maori ward counterpart. If those moral, financial, ethical, empirical, and practical grounds aren't cause for pause, how is it to be reconciled philosophically when the elected council candidate for the Maori ward makes their declaration of office? This presumably be the same as all the other councillors in acting faithfully and impartially, etc., and in the best interest of all. But in their case, it surely only can be for Maori. Isn't that in itself problematic, being a perversion and contradiction of the declaration of all the other councillors who must act in the best interests of everyone? And when you further consider that you are all elected to represent and achieve, how precisely do the needs of Maori differ from everyone else's in the provision of these essential civic needs? Or are you just allowing some signal of purported virtue to cloud your judgment while arguably demeaning the obvious capability of most Maori? As centuries and generations pass, all of humanity is becoming increasingly diverse. We undoubtedly work better united, and so isn't it time we ignored dividing people on one portion of their ethnic and ancestral origins, or have we learned nothing from history? Yet I remind you that this decision about a Maori ward will be your legacy. As Hobson eloquently said, he iwi tahi tautu. And if we're not to be one people, then some of you perhaps need to consider whether in fact you have a conflict of interest, and or are otherwise comfortable with endorsing hypocrisy and racial division while dismissing what Martin Luther King Jr. once dreamed to see. In summary, the creation of a Maori ward is fundamentally racist and unquestionably anathema to democracy and democratic equality. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Did you have any comment on the matters we're actually considering today in regards to our representation review, or was it just about Māori wards?
Well, it's part of the parcel because you've now got this decision ahead of you. As I said, the whole purpose of getting the Maori
understand the potential
representation was to
understand the potential confusion on your part, given the government's announcements and legislation changes, but that's not part of this representation review process. So no comment on anything else?
No, I'm reasonably happy with the actual representation.
Okay. Well, I don't think we need any questions then, do we? Is there any questions? Okay. Councillor Brown, Councillor Mitchell.
Thanks, Richard. It wasn't what we were discussing, and I don't agree with anything you said. But did you know that the only person that gets more than one vote are landlords around the country? If they own multiple houses in multiple areas, they get multiple votes. Māori do not get more than one vote. And do you believe in the Treaty of Waitangi? Do you understand it?
I understand the Treaty of Waitangi intimately, and probably, I suspect, better than you. But in terms of the Maori and landlords, I mean, there will be a number of Maori in New Zealand that have more than one property. I can assure you of that. And they will have that same privilege of having more rights in one location. But if this whole exercise is about the representation of people, you're undermining it by this activity, and you've got till the 6th of next month to make a decision on it. And there's been nothing we've heard as a member of the community on this from where the council stands on it. And you're just obviously ignoring it, and you're going to barrel on regardless and cost us all money. And then I hope you're all confident and comfortable about it, because the referendum will prove what the people think generally. So what I'm saying for you is just pause and reflect.
Time's up. And this matter will be considered on the 6th of September if you had done your research on this matter. So but happy to have a conversation further. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. See you later. Thank you.
Okay. Now we have Robert Ash, who is also joining us online. Welcome, Robert.
Hello. How
Total
are you?
of 5 minutes. Very good. Great. Your camera's just popping up. We can see you now. We'll start the clock. Over to you.
Thank you. Mayor Barry and councillors, thank you for this chance to present in person. My name is Robert Ash. I'm from Eastbourne and have previously served on the Eastbourne Community Board for close to 3 terms. I am a strong supporter for the retention of community boards in our city with some tweaks. Firstly, I just wanted to say these kinds of processes are good, so thank you. It's great to consider time to time whether what we've got representationally is fit for purpose. But I believe this review got it wrong on community boards. They work well, really well. So I question why we would want to break something that's working well. There's lots of arguments for community boards, and I think you're going to hear a lot of them today. I just want to focus on a couple that I think are particularly pertinent here. Community boards leverage a lot of mostly free local expertise from our communities. So Hutt City Council and ratepayers get a really good value for money out of its tiny investment in boards. We elect some very talented people with really broad skills and connections to the communities, and they can leverage that on a big way for the city. So, for example, on a big scale, the Eastbourne Community Board's connections with central government people helped them to secure significant external funding for the shared path that's going around the bays. And on a very small scale, if you look at the work of someone like Murray Gibbons, he's worked tirelessly with local retailers to get beautiful mosaics installed down our main shopping street. It's one of many beautification and community building projects that he runs. I thought the Swain report failed to capture this quality of community boards and instead focused on their limited prescribed delegations. Limited delegations haven't, in my experience, ever limited the potential of community boards and their work. In many ways, they've empowered us to advocacy roles way beyond the narrow mandate that's been given to us. My second key point is that community boards can take the heat out of local politics. Social media seems to fuel division and distrust in local democracy, while town hall meetings can actually help restore it again. We have many packed community board meetings in Eastbourne, especially when something's running hot in our community. I took my 6-year-old girl to a recent community board meeting, and Charlotte didn't want to leave despite it being way past her bedtime, as she was witnessing some very passionate people in action. Personally, one of the hottest meetings that I was a part of involved the proposal to build a new skate ramp in Eastbourne. Nothing turns up the heat like a skate ramp, and we had close to 100 people of all ages and experiences of engagement attend to voice strongly oppositional views. We need to hear each other out in settings like this so we can think wider than our own small little social media experience of life. I think it also really helps decision makers make the best informed decisions. My final submission is that the requirement for citywide consistency is a purity argument made by the Swain report. Community boards don't need to be rolled out everywhere consistently throughout our community, and they typically aren't elsewhere. For example, Wellington City Council has only 2 community boards for their Tawa and Makara communities, along with a host of advisory groups for youth, accessibility, Pacifica, etc. In fact, when you look nationally, 5 of our 6 cities in New Zealand with community boards have them only partially spread throughout their district. I think it's a sign that local democracy needs to be a little bit messy sometimes. So I do think communities without community boards are potentially missing out. So the challenge for council is to identify nascent local demographic organisations within those communities and be willing to back them. For example, chambers of commerce, neighbourhood community groups are 2 classic examples of groups council can recognise and engage with. Finally, I just wanted to say I think the current standing orders for community boards are stuffy and don't allow a free-flowing conversation with the community. So that's where I think some reform is needed. Too often, the answers to questions board members have are out there in the audience at our meetings, but standing orders prevent a full engagement outside of people's prescribed speaking times. The last small point I wanted to make was that I also support the redrawing of the Eastbourne Community Board's boundaries to include the Pencarrow Coast Road area. because that really is part of our community of interest, being so proximate to Eastbourne. Thank you. That's all I wanted to submit to Council. Any questions?
Thanks, Robert. We'll have to be really quick with questions because we are out of time. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Robert. Nice to see you. Great submission. The question came to the floor before about ratepayers in an area with a community board paying a targeted rate. Would you be accepting of that?
Yeah, sure would be. Yep, I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time, Robert. Great to see you.
Thank you. Cheers, everyone.
Okay, now we've got Barbara Sullivan. Barbara, welcome.
Oh, it's come up. Okay. Kia ora koutou. Kia ora koutou. To ensure fair and effective representation for the people of Eastbourne and the Bays, the Eastbourne Community Board should be kept. The whole purpose of the Hutt City Council is set out in Section 10 of the Local Government Act, which you'll be familiar with. The first part says that the purpose of local government is to enable democratic local decision-making and action by and on behalf of communities. And the Act specifically provides for community boards to assist city councils. Section 52 sets out the role of community boards, and I hope you have that slide there. Please read and consider the section and ask, can the Hutt City Council fulfil the purpose without the help of the Eastbourne Community Board? The key word in Section 52 is community. No matter where we go to work or to school or to socialise or play sport or whatever, we always come back to our homes and our communities. And many Eastbourne residents spend weekdays in their communities. They're working from home, they're parents looking after children, they're retired people. So our community is very important to us, and it is important that we have effective representation. The members of the Eastbourne Community Board walk amongst us, they know our community, and they speak for us. Eastbourne is separated from the rest of the city by a narrow coastal road. We have unique issues and concerns. Would a busy councillor who doesn't live in Eastbourne, who doesn't work there, who doesn't pass there on their commute, who might live as far away as Korokoro, be able to appreciate our needs and concerns and be able to effectively represent us without the help of the community board? The majority of the people who live in Eastbourne want to keep the Eastbourne Community Board, so please listen to us and please don't vote to abolish it. Ngā mihi, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Barbara. I'll kick us off. My view is that the most powerful submissions we've received are the residents who are served by the community board. I absolutely value the community board members who have also submitted, but I think it's so important we hear from ultimately those who are served by these boards. So is there any examples you can give us that you think, that have made a big difference for you or for your community and how the board is operated?
Thank you, Mayor. At the moment, my street is probably flooded. Water comes off the park and off the road and into our properties. We're not so visible in Eastbourne because not many councillors would have cause to pass through it. Whereas if, it's a matter that affects this ward or wards that people pass through, you're more likely to take notice. Very kindly, 2 councillors came 3 years ago to a neighbourhood meeting, but there have been recent flooding events. The Hutt City Council isn't
seemingly taking any action, but I know that on a wet day, if he wasn't here, Frank Vickers would be out in his gumboots and waterproof gear, just checking on the local residents. So as I say, they're standing with us, they're supporting us, they're advocating for us. Thank you.
Does Frank Vickers need to be a community board member to do that? Again, devil's advocate, or is that your community generally?
Well, we know the community board, it's a tool that the Local Government Act provides, and we know it's there, and we look to it to support us.
No, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Parkin, Councillor Mitchell?
Kia ora. So we've had this, thank you for your presentation. We've had this question asked by a number of councillors. If we don't roll out don't roll out community boards to the rest of the city, would you be prepared to support having a targeted rate to support your community board?
I think you would also need to consider, I haven't decided because I haven't had time to fully consider, but I think you would need to take into consideration the fact that there could be a situation as at present where we have a busy councillor who doesn't live in Eastbourne and has more residents in her ward than many other councillors do.
That's right. Councillor Mitchell? No. Hey, thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking the time. Okay, next up we have Stephen Grinside from the Lowry Bay Residents Association. Steve, I see you're online. You have a total of 5 minutes, and that includes any time for questions. So we'll pass it over to you, Steve. We obviously have your submission, so any comments you'd like to make.
Right, thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, yes, so my name is Steve Grinside, and I wish to raise a submission on behalf of the Lowry Bay Residents Association against the proposed disestablishment of the existing 3 community boards in Lower Hutt. The Eastbourne Community Board, or ECB, provides a significant and very proactive communication link between the LBRA and the activities of the council, and indeed also provides a key governance service of the council's activities. Without the proactive and community-focused eyes and ears provided by the ECB, the LBRA would find it extremely challenging to stay informed and engaged with council activities in the community. Some recent examples, the Te Pua Horu Nuku project, obviously a very big one, and the ECB has enabled the LBRA to become far more aware and participate in this project, significantly so. The Fair Bird Protection Project, likewise with ECB informing us, keeping us across what we need to be aware of and participate. The catamaran beaching and pollution of Lowry Bay. It was ECB that stepped in and provided communication linkage to the Greater Regional Council and other supporting services. It should be noted that the LBRA did not hear from the Lower Hutt Council on this matter at all. Council's recent long-term plan submissions, again, awareness was provided by the ECB and gave us the opportunity to participate in that. And another example is the recent Eastbourne traffic management and speed restriction engagement. It should be noted that the LBRA has not been engaged directly by council on any of these matters. I note that 2 key reasons cited by the representation review to justify the disestablishment are weak and defy any reasonable business case or genuine interest in progressing community service. Namely, the inequality with only 3 community boards in the Hutt City. This reason defies the intent of enabling and promoting equality, and council's logic appears to be if everyone cannot have it, then no one will have it. A more forward-thinking approach would be to bring the other wards up to the same standard and service that the current 3 community boards offer in their wards. The other point raised was no longer relevant in the 21st century. How specifically is ECB service no longer relevant in the 21st century? And what specifically are council's facts that back up this position? Indeed, community engagement through non-digital means is more relevant and important than it has ever been. And removing the ECB from this scene will be another step towards this community breakdown, a negative move, not a positive one. In summary, the LBRA strongly object to the community board review and the proposed disestablishment of the existing 3 community boards in Lower Hutt. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Questions? Just see if there's any other hands first. Councillor Dyer, then Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you. In your submission, you said that you oppose a few of the other questions as well. Obviously, a lot of your thoughts and the commentary that you wrote in the submission was all about community boards.
Mm-hmm.
But just wondering why you're opposed to the Hutt City Council having a mayor and 13 councillors.
No, look, this submission is focusing specifically on the community boards and the service that the ECB is bringing to us. And that is really significant. They have really played a key role in keeping us informed of what's going on and how we can represent our residents. I noted someone just in the previous talk, I think with Robert, again, talked about the linkage with the residents. The LBRA ourselves, we're obviously volunteers and part-timers. I have a full-time job and a family. We do not have the capacity to keep in touch with what's going on, and that's where the ECB really provides quite a significant insight and really enables us to be effective and represent our residents.
I think it's fully understand that. So you are actually in favour of the first three questions that you answered opposed to. You are in favour of those. It's just the community board disestablishment question that you are opposed to.
That is specifically the one that we are opposed to, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you. You make a statement in your proposal about a more forward-thinking approach would be to bring the other wards up to the same standard and service that the current three community boards offer in their wards. What does that look like to you across the city? How many boards and how many suburbs?
Well, I couldn't tell you the numbers, but the point being that a key reason is because there are only three and the others don't have them, that we will take those three away. I didn't see anything in the information about the considerations or costs that would be associated with bringing the other ones up to the same spec or basically having a more balanced representation across them. So the key message seemed to be, because there's only three and there's none others, it's a good reason to take those three away. And it did talk about the equity as one of the key points.
Thank you very much, Steve. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Let you get back to work.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Now moving through to Emily Kittle. Welcome, Emily. Over to you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, e ngā mana whenua o tēnei rohi. Ladies and gentlemen of the Council, today we stand at a crucial juncture where the principles of localism, highlighted as focal point at last week's Local Government New Zealand conference, are being put to the test right here in our own backyard. It strikes me as ironic that while we celebrate the achievements in the spirit of localism, we are simultaneously considering the disestablishment of the very structures designed to foster this approach within Hutt City, our community boards. Why, at a time when we should be celebrating our recent accolade for community engagement, are we contemplating the elimination of a proven effective branch of local representation? The fact that our community boards represent the most engaged Hutt City communities in the local government reveals exactly how effective community board structure is. This should be viewed as an asset to the Hutt City Council. The recommendation by the Representation Review to disestablish community boards in Hutt City is counterintuitive. It recommends flattening the landscape of advocacy so that everyone is equally unrepresented. Is this what equity looks like in action? Our community board is not just an administrative body. We're the consolidated voice of our locals. We interact daily with our neighbours, facilitating crucial discussions and addressing concerns that might not be deemed significant by higher echelons of local governance, but are critical to those directly affected. The effectiveness of a community board lies in its ability to bring these issues to the forefront, ensuring that they not only are heard, but thoroughly understood and acted upon at the council level. The more these issues are deliberated locally, the greater the community's ownership and understanding of the council's final decisions. Recently, Councillor Parker challenged a few of us to reflect on what could be done more effectively as a community board and how the council could better support us. After considerable thought, I assert that our board, Eastbourne Community Board, operates as effectively as possible within the current framework. In fact, our methods could serve as a model for other boards, providing our council with a chance to gain recognition for fostering such effective local governance. However, there remains room for improvement in our interaction with the council, particularly regarding issues directly impacting our community. Take, for instance, the discussions surrounding the Bishop Park Bird Protection Area and the Tupuhoronuku project. The exclusion of the Eastbourne Community Board from initial discussions led to significant community unrest, a situation that could have been mitigated by involving us from the outset, leveraging our local knowledge and connection to the community. Our board's effectiveness in engaging the community and making localism a tangible reality underscores the folly in considering its dissolution. To dismantle such an effective body would be akin to throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Moreover, it is vital to recognise the importance of having an elected community board as opposed to self-appointed volunteers. Being elected ensures we are directly accountable to those we represent, maintaining a structured continuity through regular electoral processes. It enables community-minded individuals to impact their locality without necessitating full-time involvement in council activities, thereby democratising the opportunity to serve and ensuring a diverse representation of interests. In conclusion, I urge the Council to consider not just the efficiency and accolades of our community board, but more importantly, the intrinsic value we bring to the democratic and local governance processes. We are more than just a board, we are a bridge between the Council and the community, a crucial component of the local governance landscape that should not only be preserved, but nurtured. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
That was longer than I expected, sorry.
Kia ora, Emily. Thank you for coming to the table and sharing. Have been hearing a lot about fairness and equity this morning and localism. How can we bring that to areas like Nainai and Taita and Avalon? How can we get that fairness to them and representation and building a bridge for them into council?
Yes.
How do we do that?
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing that we should be considering, definitely at the council level as well. I like I like community boards. I think they're a great option, but whether that's what the council wants to go ahead with or not, I think my experience, and this is my first triennium, so I'm still learning and getting my head around everything. It just, the more and more I dig into our role, the more value I see in it. And I think other communities could really value, benefit from that too.
Emily, just the question I suppose I haven't asked before, and do you think the Eastbourne board boundaries make your community more unique than other parts of the city, I suppose being a little bit more isolated, a bit smaller, versus your Wainui-Mata, Petone, other parts of the city as well? Do you think that makes a stronger case for retaining your community board specifically?
Right. Well, I think like Wainui-Mata, Eastbourne is, you travel to go to Eastbourne, you travel to go to Wainui-Mata. And so that's different from being a suburb that people pass through. So we are geographically, both of those communities, isolated. Are you asking whether or not we deserve a community board more than other communities because we are isolated? Is that what you mean?
Or do you think that your specific circumstances of where you're located, your size, make it more relevant for you than maybe other communities in the Hutt, or more important?
I mean, I guess our geographic makeup means that our community is really quite connected. I think the physicality of that does make us more connected to neighbours and things like that. We've got our own little village and there is a focal point, and so people are constantly, and I do choose to try and do as much as I can locally rather than travel into town, and so there is more interaction, I guess, in that way with our community. But I think that just enhances the ability to serve the community easier.
Thank you. I know that was a tricky question, so I
Yeah,
appreciate you giving your best
I hope
shot
I'm
at it.
sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, moving through to Malcolm Syme. Malcolm, welcome. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for this opportunity. I represent myself as a Eastern Bays resident, and also we have a 101-year young fourth-generation family business in Seaview. So I've been working in that for 65 years with a very successful business, so I believe that I'm a reasonably successful businessman. At reading through all that's been submitted and listening to what's been said today, to me it's an absolute no-brainer. The community of the Eastern Bays has spoken. They desire to keep the community board, so if we've got a democracy, that's what should happen. Now, if there's concern about how it's going to be paid for, my suggestion is we start to look at how can we save money in the whole of the council area. The pedestrian crossing at Point Howard is absolutely satisfactory. A white zebra crossing, never been a problem. Compare it with what's designed in Connolly Street. We've got the Rolls-Royce and most expensive pedestrian crossing you could build. Now, they're going to put a pedestrian crossing in Lowry Bay. What do we want? Sensible thing is give us the same as we've got at the next bay, Point Howard. Don't give us a Rolls-Royce. So you can just look at all sorts of things where we've got Rolls-Royces, and as a company, we can't afford Rolls-Royces. The last two cars I've bought were 14-year-old Lexus, so we don't even get a new car. We're conscious of costs and everything. It doesn't matter what we do. We've built our business for the 65 years I've been involved in. It doesn't matter what we do today, there's a better way of doing it. And normally it can be a cheaper way of doing it. And I think that the council needs to start looking at not taking away what the community wants, as we want the community board, a la all the submissions to date, and how can we build up other community boards in other areas? So you could have a Western Hutt one, you could have a 9i one, you could build them up and they could be creative, and you could get a heap of savings because people like me would start speaking up because we say we're getting heard. I've never come before a council meeting before, but I've read umpteen times where people make submissions or groups make submissions, they're never heard. So this is going to be a real test on this council. Are they listening to the members of the community in the Eastern Bays, and do they make the right decision? Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Malcolm. Councillor Briggs.
Kia ora, thanks for coming in today, Malcolm, and presenting. A couple of things just to clarify. I think being heard and agreeing with someone is two different things, and it's important that people are always heard, regardless of agreeing or not. In your written submission, you talk about everyone being treated the same, and your kind of comments there around having additional community boards, but also I'm a bit tangled up in the web of saving costs and having community boards across the whole city. How would you see that working if we were to have community boards in every suburb? And how would we be saving costs when the cost of doing that significantly increases?
We'd be looking at other avenues where we can save costs. I mean, we had in the last 18 months 3 less staff. Now that's 3 salaries that went straight on the bottom line. It hasn't affected our business at all. I couldn't believe when I heard over the weekend that there's 20 people involved in climate change here. I mean, that's just, that's beyond belief if that's true.
Well, it's not true.
That's not true. Well, that's good. That's good. But if it's 18 or 15 or 17, as I say, we've got a relatively small team. 3 went, and it all went straight on the bottom line.
So I can reassure you, we have gone line through the budget for our 10-year process to set our plans, and we've looked at everything across the board. So if we were to have community boards across the whole city, and we've already done the line by line, where does that sit for you around increasing costs for ratepayers to achieve your goal of being community boards in every suburb?
Well, I am convinced, I mean, it's the same in our operation. When we have to get savings, we get savings because it comes out of our pocket. And we're doing it all the time. Every month we report on what percentage is the freight. And the person responsible for freight has got to get that number down, 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 down. We have a budget. The budget might be here, but we're at this level. It's still got to come down. So we're going to, on the bottom line, put all of that straight on the bottom line that's below budget.
Okay, Malcolm, that argument aside, if you were to be charged a targeted rate, if there was just an Eastbourne Community Board or other areas had them as well, but some didn't, would you be comfortable paying that personally?
Listen, we already pay so much, a little fraction more is not going to make any difference. We're paying huge rates in the Eastern Bays.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. Really appreciate you taking the time. Okay, we're now going to, great, Te Awa Puketapu, Chair of the Wainuiomata Community Board, and she was just coming into the room. Welcome, Te Awa. Great to have you here. So you've got a total of 10 minutes. That includes any time for questions, so it'd be great for you to be able to make sure we've got a bit of time for that. Over to you.
Can you hear me? Oh, great. Kia ora tātou. Tēnā koutou, members of Hutt City Council, to my fellow community board members, members of the public. My name is Te Awa Puketapu, and I'm speaking to the representation review report that was recently made for the Hutt City Council, and thank you for your time today. Thank you for taking the time to consider our submission, which reflects the voices we have heard from our community. I will take our written submission as read, and as many will know, for most members on our community board, this is our first triennium. So we are still trying to understand the roles and responsibilities, the relationships with the council and the community, but it's also the true impacts that community boards can have. We're getting there, but in short, councillors, to the mayor, to the deputy mayor, we need more time. We need another triennium. We need a few more trienniums so that we can actually understand as a new board what the board is. Even if we're not the ones there, there's something there about the sustainability of community boards, and I want to speak to that. We've heard from Petone and Eastbourne community boards, and we're advocating to also retain the community boards. We note, however, that within the context of the recommendations from the representation review report, that the Wainuiomata Community Board sits within its own ward, where there is only one community board. This is obviously a different situation for the proposed Harbour Ward, where the current Petone and Eastbourne community boards exist, which adds a layer of complexity and further consideration that is required. Our submission is offered from the proposed wards approach, given that our community board is not presented with these same levels of complexity. However, given there are two decisions at hand regarding community boards that you need to make. One, do you keep them or not? And then two, if you do keep them, what happens with the existing and how do you extend? We can appreciate that this is difficult and that our situation is a bit more clean cut than others. Wainuiomata is a unique and growing community with a population of nearly 20,000 people. Our distinct identity, separated by Pukeato and Maunga from the rest of Te Awa Kairangi, highlights the need for an intermediary platform like the community boards. The Wainuiomata Community Board plays a crucial role in making council's conversations and decision-makings more accessible, especially for those who find direct council engagement difficult. The people we've spoken to highly value community boards and are concerned about losing this essential layer of advocacy. We share the concern that establishing community boards could lead to low engagement and higher dissatisfaction. From our reading, the representation review raises three key main points: the inequitable representation across the city, the relevance of community boards in the modern context, and administrative efficiencies. Whilst we acknowledge these concerns, we believe that disestablishing community boards misses the mark in addressing the real issues. Our written submission includes research that echoes similar concerns raised in past representation reviews. However, it's crucial to note that both the current review and historical evidence point to the need for greater support from the Parent Council to ensure community boards can function at their best. Rather than disestablishing, we propose better support and investment in these boards to maximise their effectiveness. With a low level of financial spend in the bigger scheme of things for community boards already deliver significant value, and we have heard that already today. Imagine the impact if that value of community boards was better recognised and if community boards were able to receive more support from the council, along with supported communication campaigns highlighting their roles. This would only enhance their ability to serve their communities and support local community goals and more effectively. To do this, however, requires council and community boards to work closer together to better highlight roles and responsibilities and how community boards can best be utilised, and especially in the area of consultation within our communities. Community boards are composed of members who are dedicated to their communities 24/7. They do this as heart and passion work, just like everyone here. Balancing these things and these responsibilities with full-time jobs, other many community commitments and their families. Many, I imagine, also aspire to one day be sitting in your seats, gaining invaluable grassroots experience on community boards. We have young people interested now in what community boards do and attend our meetings and support the work of council and community boards. So this is a pathway for youth, ensuring a pipeline for future local governance and ensuring sustainability and continuity in our city. In conclusion, this establishment is not the answer. We propose retaining and restructuring community boards to better serve our communities. For Wainuiomata, being its own ward makes sense and easier for us to advocate for a ward-based approach to community boards. However, we acknowledge the complexities this poses for Petone and Eastbourne community boards and the challenges they currently face through this review period. We urge the Council to retain and support community boards while recognising the difficult decisions ahead regarding the existing and potential new boards. Kia ora koutou.
Thank you, Te Awa. Questions from members? Councillor Parkin, Councillor Briggs, Councillor Brown.
Kia ora Te Awa, thank you for the report. You mentioned at the start that getting your feet under the table and basically getting your head around what the board is takes time. How can we as council ensure that community boards are better supported so that you can get you up and running faster?
Sorry, yeah. I think the induction process that we had was really helpful for us, but there's something about theory and then there's something about practice. And it's not until you've had your feet under the seat or under the table and the actual opportunity to, I guess get your hands dirty, then you can really understand what the community boards can actually do as members of the community boards. I think one of the tensions that I always find really fascinating is that we are elected members and we're put up by our communities, but at our community board meetings, we run a council agenda. And so I think there's some work there we can be doing as community boards. And someone mentioned it earlier, how do we enable, actually it might be in the standing orders thing, how do we enable a bit more of a flow of a conversation during our community board meetings so that that's a better platform for our community. So I think council, in the regards to how you can help, it's growing that induction for us. I think systems to help us with holding information from previous boards so that can be rolled over in an efficient manner. So we're not sort of coming in cold or blind, we can actually pick up information. Yeah, so those are just some ways.
Councillor Briggs.
Tēnā koe te awa. Thanks for coming in today. A couple of points I want to pick up. In your opening comments, you were saying how the board's engaged the community in Wainuiomata. So I'd be keen to hear about how many people you've engaged as part of forming your submission. Yeah. But also, it was noted today by the Eastbourne Community Board members with a high number of submissions from Eastbourne as a whole as a reflection of their board. And it shows that their board's actually adding value. On the other hand, Wainuiomata's had a relatively small number compared to Eastbourne. So if you could talk to both of those points, that'd be really helpful.
Yeah. The first one is in regards to the number. I can't give you the numbers because each different community board members have gone out and spoken to different groups themselves. So we haven't been in a situation where we can actually analyse what the numbers of people. But what we tried to do during the July period was have a bit of a discussion about what are we hearing and what are those key messages that we have been hearing from the community. So, I mean, that's an exercise we can get if you need the numbers. What was your second question?
So I said earlier by an Eastbourne Community Board member that the number of submissions from Eastbourne from residents shows that the board is valued in that community.
Yeah.
But the numbers that we've received from Wainuiomata are relatively low compared to Eastbourne for population size. So if you can comment to that around the perception of value in the community and the numbers being quite low for Wainuiomata.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, in regards to people uptaking and wanting to add their contribution into these types of forums, probably points to a need for why community boards are needed as well. Like that level of, I guess it's their understanding of councils and their understanding of why voices and involvement in these processes are critical. I know at our last community board meeting, we were a full house. We hear time and time again from members who come to our meetings about the value. We're trying to work with the council to ensure that everything that we hear from our community board, from our members, are being followed up, and we're actually actively following that up. So we're trying to get as much information from the residents about that value add. We've certainly heard that anecdotally, but I think there's probably some work that we can be doing more in that, but need more time. Yeah.
Councillor Brown.
Tēnā koe te awa. Mihi mai ora o tō kupu kaha. Te awa, I do point to, you talked about diverse voices. I do point to the street naming. The community board very much drove the street naming through very tough waters, and that came through the rangatahi. So very diverse voices and changed the policy. Te awa, something that's coming up a lot is for diversity, equity and fairness. How do we get that representation for people who are living in the eastern suburbs? Taita, Avalon, Nainai, who don't have a community board.
Yeah. I think in our written submission, sorry, I think from memory, there was a proposal about having an extra councillor. Is that right? And I think, the ideal, and this is not the community board speaking, it's myself speaking. The ideal would be that there are community boards in different places that allow these. I'm thinking about the Stokes Valleys, in the Taita, in the Nainais, in the Pōmare and the Wingate areas, that there are community boards that support them to have that voice. A lot of our family lives in those areas, and even in the Waifetu area. And I read someone's written submission in the papers this morning about that area also potentially needing to have another look at it. So I think the epitome of bliss is that we have more community boards. Whether that's a wards-based approach, whether that's a community interest-based approach. Right now, the proposal has its wards outlined. Whether the council is looking to extend that is a question for the council. But yeah, I think two councillors or an additional councillor, if community boards are not able to be established in those other areas, will hopefully support that, but I'm not sure to what extent.
Just the final one from me around representation, and I think you were in the room when I've been saying this, but my job is to be devil's advocate on these issues, right? So, and you know where I live. So Hutt City Council, the council at the moment has myself and 3 elected members who live in Wainuiomata, former mayors from Wainuiomata. There's been a strong presence on the council for a long time from Wainuiomata, including our regional council as well. Is a community board needed when you have that level of representation already around the table, around the council table?
Yeah.
Versus, for example, Eastbourne, who doesn't have anyone around the council table from that particular community, just as an example.
Yeah. I mean, I think my response to that is I acknowledge that there are people here who are councillors and yourself who are from Wainuiomata. However, that's not by position. That's by chance. There's no position on this council that is about having 3 or 4 different Wainuiomata representatives. We only have one, which is Councillor Kerry Brown, and our community board, which is the support mechanism, as I see, for our councillor. So there's no guarantee that our next mayor will be from Wainuiomata. There's no guarantee that anybody coming in here will be from Wainuiomata in the future.
I agree entirely with that. But what I would say, though, is that Wainuiomata is in a more unique position to be able to elect people to the council versus a smaller community.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think that is a factor we should take into consideration?
I think every community in the Hutt City has the right to have somebody at this council. And how you make that happen is really, really important and a consideration. If we're hearing about the diversity of voices across this takiwa, there needs to be consideration where nobody is being left out of that.
Right, thank you. Councillor Barrett, and then we'll close off.
Tēnā koe te awa. This has been mentioned twice today, and it's a very small point, but you mentioned that you thought that there would be needed a better flow in your community board meetings, and I know that it was said before that was mentioned that you were a community board using council standing orders. Are you then suggesting that a community board would like to format their own meetings to best represent the people?
I think I said we're a community board delivering a council agenda.
Yeah.
Yep. And I pointed to somebody who raised the standing orders as opposed to what you're suggesting. I think with at the moment, the standing orders, being the first sort of triennium as a chair and trying to learn how to chair boards, are a good tool for us to utilise during our meetings. However, I think the next opportunity we have to come to, I guess, review those and have some input, it would be great for us to have a look at how we might be able to do that to create a better flow and a bit more of a dialogue. There's nothing that says we can't hold informal community board meetings, and we've done that in the past. And often when people are wanting to have back and forth dialogue, we'll ask them to stay back, or if they are staying back, we'll follow up with them. But also I know that's what our residents also come to our meetings believing is going to be happening. So yeah, I think whilst they bring a great level of formality, it'll be an opportunity to see how we might be able to change them potentially.
Thank you very much, Te Awa. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
We'll now move through to Graham Wilson. Graham. Welcome, Graham. Thank you for your patience, Graham. I know we are running a little bit behind, so over to you.
I was afraid that we were going to encroach on your lunch.
No, we're going to have to skip our lunch, I think. Your time's more important.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Graham Wilson. I'm an Eastbourne resident and a ratepayer. I'm here to support the retention of community boards. They keep us close to the communities that they serve. In the event of a disaster, they provide on-hand leadership and immediate direction on how the community should organise. In the case of Eastbourne and Bays, we are an isolated community. If there is a major earthquake or tsunami, it is unlikely that anyone will appear from Hutt City. We'll have to handle it ourselves, probably with help across the harbour from Wellington, for example, food supplies coming by sea. There is no longer a policeman in Eastbourne. We absolutely need our elected representatives. And I was interested to see Christopher Luxon's latest advice to local bodies, and I quote, "Ensure democratic decision-making for ratepayers." And I see that as more rather than less. And secondly, he says that customer service is the key at all levels. So if you're having exemplary customer service, you have to have your customer servants around in the community. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Graham. Is there any questions?
Great.
Really appreciate your time. Mike Fisher. Okay, thanks, Mike.
Round two. Obviously, many of my comments made earlier hold true for my personal submission, but I just want to reiterate these are very much my personal comments this time around. In regards to makeup of wards, I personally feel that some changes would be appropriate, particularly with Alice-Town or parts of Waiwatu South and the Northern Ward. However, I'm no expert in working out the mathematics of population count and variation, so I have not gone into specifics other than to make the comment on the issue raised earlier. Korokoro would definitely want to stay with Petone, but I do believe that some tinkering with the ward boundaries is warranted investigation. The current balance of at-large and ward councillors seems to be working well. I've read comments and other submissions about the value of community boards and the views that they're an anachronism and should be abolished. I couldn't disagree more with respect to those submitters and indeed the panel. I believe it's based on old and subjective information and is at odds with current practice and working of the boards. I've quickly just jotted down some points while I've been listening to some of the other questions, so in no particular order. The thought of a targeted rate was actually raised by some members with me at the local government conference where they have those in place for the community boards, and I hadn't heard the idea before. It is a possibility, which I personally could be in favour of, but certainly not a full rate, certainly some partial payback through that might be a way to go. I am concerned about the cost of the boards being used as a main argument for potential abolition. I really feel that that's a red herring to all intents and purposes. I worry about the future of events, in particular in Petone, like Anzac Day and services, and who will step up to do that alongside the RSA and bear some of the cost if the boards were abolished. The view of the panel, excuse me, in offering alternatives to boards in the form of agents or reliance on ratepayers groups, etc., is not an effective or truly representative way to get the same degree of independence and advocacy that boards currently provide. A lack of understanding of how local government works and education of the electorate is indicative of lack of civics education and not the responsibility of local government. We can clearly all play our part in this, but this redesign of Hutt City representation will not achieve this. A democratically elected board is a better example of localism in action than a committee of potential single issue driven, pressure group dominated individuals who may bother to turn up to a meeting on a rainy night in Normandale or Waterloo. If boards cannot be extended to the whole city, my preference would be to keep the existing boards and add one for Western and one for Northern Eastern in what form that ward area finally takes. Naturally, I would strongly argue for Petone and Eastbourne to stay separate, but a harbour ward board with a set breakdown of members from each area is a backup option that's better than no board at all. Thank you.
Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mike, for round two, and I've enjoyed your submissions both times. Now, you mentioned there that you agreed with ward boundaries review and also mentioned the Northern Ward, and it was also mentioned by the previous speaker, Tiara, about the way that Wainui are a little bit separated by the hill, Pukeatua, and in a similar way it exists in Stokes Valley. So do you see any great benefit for the Northern Ward, or especially Stokes Valley, for having a community board?
Very much so. I left it sort of slightly vague there as to where that boundary would be heading south into the other parts of the city, but definitely Stokes Valley stand alone if necessary. And I also feel the Western Ward, I remember at the time of committees alongside boards, and I always felt that areas like the Western Hills, other than Korokoro staying with Petone, was a very good example of another area that warranted a board. So if it was felt that extension of boards to the entire city was not the way to go, then I personally feel that the existing boards plus two, based on Stokes Valley and the Western Hills portion, would be two logical ones to have.
Okay, one final one from me, Mike. New question. You've been at the local government conference, you've engaged with councils who have community boards across the country, and quite often, not always, we do have Wellington City with community boards, but quite often they are communities that are rural, they are far separated out, often by sometimes hundreds of kilometres away from their main centres, and there's some really good, strong reasons to have them. Is it different for us that we are a city? And I would argue that most people live across their different communities, regardless of if they live in Petone or Wainuiomata or Eastbourne or Stokes Valley. They live their lives right across the city and across the region, really. So, is it fit for purpose having community boards at all when you think of it like that?
I'm glad you asked that question, and the answer is yes. Yes, they are. And I think immediately of Christchurch as the best example of a metropolitan area that's equivalent to us, a mixture of suburbs, some to all intents and purposes amalgamated together in a group, and others distinct areas like Littleton, etc., or into the more rural areas where you have the setup of community boards. They're working well, and they are the nearest direct equivalents to us, really, that I would compare with. I also think that despite, although based on historic reasons originally, there is still that very distinct communities of interest. Eastbourne, and we've heard of that, Wainui, the two I mentioned, Stokes Valley and the Western Hills, but Petone, because a lot of people will live their lives, if you like, within the Petone boundaries, because everything they need is there, apart obviously from the hospital, or if they need to go to work outside the area. But they're very self-contained, and with respect to the other areas of the central city, etc., they do tend to blend together, and some people might just say, I live in the Hutt rather than I live in a particular area. These other areas, historically and otherwise, are very distinct, and I think it would be a great loss if the community boards were to go based solely either on the cost argument or that argument of physical isolation, which I'm saying is a very good reason to have one, but it's not the only reason.
Thanks, Mike. Really appreciate your candour on that. Okay, we'll keep moving. Frank Vickers. Welcome, Frank. You know how it works. Over to you.
Kia ora koutou. Firstly, let me acknowledge Paul and his colleagues for their report. I wonder if they had been given another council, one with community boards in every ward, whether they would have come to the same conclusion about abolishing them. It is disappointing that their scope did not include the thought exercise of increasing the number of boards to give representation to more communities in the valley. As I look around the table today, I see the results of having community boards is plain. At the last council election, there was a concerted effort to take the council in another direction. It is a credit to the people sitting here today that the electorate chose people who they knew and trusted over new faces and rash promises. Now, some of you here have a public profile by the nature of your previous employment, but the majority of you come from the grassroots background that is community boards. This allows voters to know and trust your motivations excuse me, for wanting to represent them. Paul talked about there being minority communities within Lower Hutt, and that council find it hard to engage with them. Obviously, Eastbourne is somewhat monocultural, but areas where these groups exist, community boards would be the perfect bridge to establish permanent lines of communication with the minority groups within them. And who knows, maybe in a few years' time, some of their leaders might even aspire to sit on council. Community boards are an effective bridge between council and community, and I urge you to reject the proposal in this report and instead allow the possibility that they be extended where requested by communities citywide. And now that I've got a bit of time free, just like to pick up some of the questions that were asked. I saw that you tried to make Emily say that Eastbourne is special, and in a way it is, because the thing that I see about community boards is they're about communities that are isolated. Now, Eastbourne is geographically isolated, but and so is, for example, Stokes Valley. So you could advocate for one there. But I mean, Nainai Taita, they have communities that are isolated. And I think that if you could establish a community board, if it was possible, in those areas, it would be a significant step towards reaching those people that we're not currently reaching. The Wainui thing, I think you're looking at it slightly the wrong way around. There are a lot of people from Wainui here, but the reason is because they have community boards. So it's exactly the reason. Imagine if everyone had a community board, how many people would be vying for your position today? And the targeted rates is a brilliant idea. In fact, it may even be the best way for you to get rid of community boards altogether. Maybe a citizens-initiated referendum to stop paying a targeted rate and get rid of community boards altogether. Give it a crack. Cheers.
Thank you, Frank. Any questions, Councillor Shaw?
Thanks for coming to the table there, Frank. In your submission, you just mentioned that you thought it was a bit of a shame that the independent panel review or scope didn't include the addition of more community boards. Rather, it was more about the disestablishment of community boards. Do you think we could be possibly having different conversations today if that had been one of the questions on the review?
I think so, yes.
Okay, no other questions? Thank you very much, Frank. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll keep rolling. Sally Ann Moffat from the Petone Community House. Welcome, Sally Ann. You have 5 minutes.
Kia ora all, ko Sally Ann toko ingoa. It is very exciting to be here, and I'm going to take the report as read. I'm Sally Ann Moffat. I am the board chair of the Petone Community House, and I represent the voices of not only our board, but also our house whānau, who are the very people you wish to communicate with and build those connections with and collaborate with as a council. You will have read in our submission our perspective that we believe Petone is a unique community of interest which needs guaranteed democratic representation. we are not confident that in the absence of a Petone Community Board, there will be an effective and enduring advocate for our community within council governance. And I think those are two of the key words I want to pick up: effective and enduring. As a ratepayer of Lower Hutt, yes, I work in Petone, but I live in Wainuiomata, and I want to echo what Frank just said. The reason I'm not here presenting as a resident of Wainuiomata is because I have complete trust in our community board to speak for our community. I would also add to that that the community of Wainuiomata is very different to the community of Eastbourne, and it would be more difficult for them perhaps to take the day off work like I have and to be here, and that is a luxury that I do not take for granted. And I want to give awhi to the people who have spoken before me and after me, that they care enough to turn up and to take that time. They are not paid. They are here because their voices are important for democracy. And I encourage and invite all of you who are hearing them today to put weight to those voices, because we do not take the day off work lightly to come to kōrero directly, to eyeball you directly, to say, this is wrong and we won't have it. We invite you to listen and to hear and to support what the community are advocating for. And I encourage you to understand there's always an elephant in the room when I'm here. And one of the pieces of kōrero I've said right from my first engagement in council approximately 7 or 8 years ago is there's a problem of trust in the community. And every time I come to one of these, I hear that word used over and over again, that there are preordained decisions and then entities are created to back up those decisions. And I'm not in a position to say if that's true or not, but what I can tell you about trust is it's a simple acronym. Try really using simple tools. And I would argue that the community boards that you have in place are really simple tools. And I have engaged with them personally and professionally, and I found them to be effective and enduring. So I think the answer, like if you're ever bitten by a snake and the anti-venom is in the venom, I think the answer to the problem that you raise, and thank you for raising the problem, there is a problem, but the solution is with you. The solution is more investment, financial and time and support. And I think the community boards could be the very solution that you're looking for to increase trust and communication. I would also say quickly that one of the reasons that a lot of our community people don't come to this environment, it is stuffy, it is outdated, it is intimidating. Community boards, you walk in, there's a cup of tea, there's a cookie, there's a hug. You are welcomed. It is in a room often that you are familiar with, in a location that you are familiar with, because you go there already in your day-to-day life. So think about this simple tool right in front of you that is effective. And I encourage you to use them in a way that is effective to serve your needs as well as our needs. Any questions for me?
I'll kick off. With your wider community house whānau, as you described, how many people did you engage and who were those people on this position?
Thank you. Great question. We've just done the numbers. It's approximately 30,000, and it's migrants and refugees, it's disabled people, the deaf community, it's sports groups, it is...
How many did you engage on this matter?
On this matter
Yeah,
in particular?
how many people?
Oh, that's a really good question. One that I did not come prepared to answer, sorry.
Any other questions? Councillor Mitchell?
Yeah, there's a lot of comment in your written submission, and it's very particular to Petone Community Board. It doesn't mention community boards elsewhere in the city, existing ones or prospective ones. I just wonder what your view is on that. Should every community have community boards, or stick with the status quo, or what do you feel outside of Petone?
Thank you. You know, I have 5 minutes to take in the ideas and the questions, and it's not particularly effective for a deep and fully understanding answer. But I welcome some of the ideas I've heard today, both from the table and from the wise people behind me, and I think that is absolutely worth exploring. I think, yeah, there could be more. Why not? I'm also going to propose a slightly controversial view, because that's always fun, and I apologise to people who this might affect, but I do a lot of volunteer work, and it's volunteer work because I don't get paid for it. And have we considered that we pay perhaps only the chairs and everyone else on the board is a volunteer? There's an instant saving. And this is what happens when the community comes together and we spitball ideas. Perhaps there could be another way to sit down and take some of these ideas and explore them further. I've loved the ideas that I've heard from the community board members here today.
Thank you, Sally Ann. Appreciate you taking the time to submit and to be
Thank
here.
you.
And sorry for running a bit late.
No problem at all. It's a pleasure to be here, and I really welcome the opportunity. Thank you.
Next up, Joy Baird. Welcome, Joy. Great to have you here, Joy. I know you know how things work, so I'll pass it straight over to you.
Thank you. Ngā mihi ki a koe ko Joy Baird tōku ingo. I was a councillor from 1983 to 2010, firstly for Eastbourne and later for Hutt City. So thank you for inviting me to speak to my written submission. I think representation is all about the council working with its communities, having good communication and getting good information around the council table. And this is it's vital to effective local government, and it will become more important if ever councils should become larger. Now, in connection with my submission, I just want to make 2 points this afternoon. The first one relates to community boards. Now, I'm a strong supporter of community boards, and I was very disappointed to read the review's information and recommendations relating to community boards. The community board structure is the best way for making sure local messages are taken into consideration in local government decision making. Community boards are local, they're elected, they advocate for their communities and know their communities. There's a structured feedback mechanism, and they're accessible and open to everybody, and they're not a scary situation. We're coming in here and sitting around the council table can be very intimidating to people who've not done that sort of thing before. Community boards were a concession, a sop if you like, by the Local Government Commission to areas where a council was disestablished through amalgamation in 1989. In Eastbourne, in Wainuiomata and in Petone, and in other cities as well. The problem was, and really still is, that this model was never taken seriously. It was never used in the way it could have been. It was not really adequately supported by council officers and particularly by council representatives from other areas apart from Eastbourne, Lower Hutt and Petone. It was seen that people in those three areas had too much representation. They've got something, let's not expand it to everybody, but let's just take it away so they haven't got too much. In its early days, to give it credit, Hutt City Council did try to introduce a community board type of structure in other areas, community committees they were called. They worked in various ways, but they were chosen, not elected, and they were always regarded as inferior to community boards. So that's how we've got to where we are today. The second point that I want to make relates to community consultation. And it's vital that any community representation or consultation mechanism that you introduce has a clear mandate to provide input to the Hutt City Council from all the communities in its area. Representation shouldn't be an option, but a formal structure, and it should be part of the duties of councillors. So I would really hope that you people as councillors don't just come to this table and collect your pay packets and think it's done, because it's not. You are representing local communities. I believe that the ward councillors should meet with or should represent the local residents, neighbourhood, community and business associations, and they should bring their views to the council table. And now that you have at-large councillors, those people should be asked to liaise with the special interest groups in the communities, environmental groups, sports, cultural, disability, ethnic, all of those organisations that work citywide. And this will be quite crucial to get good information around the council table if we are not going to be facing a situation where units of local government are much larger than central government electorates. Ka kite anō. That's me.
Thank you, Joy. Any questions from members? Councillor Stallinger.
Trying to make it into a question, I can't really do that. So just a quick comment to say, Joy, it's wonderful to see you. And thank you for your service to this council for so many years. And particularly your presentation today, I think is a very wise one and helpful to us in considering the way forward. So thank you.
Thank you. I like to look at the way forward. I'm used to sitting over where Tui is sitting and looking at Tony sitting up where Joe is sitting.
No, it's lovely to have you back in this chamber, but we do have Deputy Mayor Lewis. Yep.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you for coming in. You've mentioned council previously, just sort of not engaging with the community boards or expanding them anywhere, or that interaction with them. Do you have any recollection of perhaps how it could have been done better, or why it was not done the right way?
I think it would, it would take far too long for me to go into explanation. I think council tried, but there was always this feeling that community boards were foisted on people and it was not recognised, it was not understood that how valuable their structure was. If we were going to start again, we need to think very carefully about how we take the councillors and give them responsibilities for liaising with the local communities. And we look for community leaders, sports leaders, ethnic leaders, and particularly if you don't have a Maori ward, all of the local leadership, and we need to work with those people. And we also, all of us, need to advocate for introduction of civics in schools, because people generally don't recognise the importance of local government and how much everything they do just about during their days is actually influenced by local government.
So sorry, Joy, just on that, all of that work that you've just said, it's wonderful, as well as community boards, are you saying?
Could be as well as community boards, but it's imperative if there are no community boards.
Thank you very much, Joy. Great. Next up is Sally Selwood. Sally, welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I have never done this before, and I feel passionately about the issue. I disagree with the panel's summation that community boards should be disestablished because of equity issues. Rather, I believe that all wards should have them. My reasons are that in areas where there are community boards, residents are more engaged in local issues and are aware of who their local representatives are. This is giving people a democratic voice that others lack. Having lived in Tawa with a community board and then in the Hutt, I was a resident of Tawa for 10 years, in the Hutt for 40, that we don't have a community board in my area in the Hutt. And so I and many others that I have asked in the Hutt had no idea who the council representation was or what was happening at a local council level other than what they had read in the Hutt News, if they were lucky enough to have one delivered. In these times of drooping engagement in local issues and negativity towards local government, more involvement is needed rather than less. Community boards provide a valuable local knowledge and history and have a better finger on the pulse and what locals think that we want and need within each ward rather than getting rid of them. We need them in each ward rather than getting rid of them. As to the cost, with the local knowledge and the pivot point that community boards have, Decisions that are not realistic or sensible for that area can be railed in before endless research, development and expenditure is incurred. So the cost of the community boards is likely to rather save money than cost. The panel had proposed for a consultative hubs or other such woolly wafter idea. It sounded just like a community board, and that won't be free of costs, and I suspect keeping and expanding the current structures would be cheaper than reinventing the wheel. Community boards, in my opinion, should be expanded, properly recognised for what they actually do, their role strengthened and listened to by council and council officers alike. And they do far more than just naming streets or identifying trees of significance. That's my submission.
Thank you very much, Sally. Any questions from members? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Sally, have you ever considered standing for council?
Sorry, I don't think you'd want me.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your time, Sally. Appreciate you waiting. Jeremy Winter. Welcome, Jeremy. And just so everyone knows, we've then got Gary, then Derek, and Huya, then we'll have our break and hopefully be able to catch up sometime. 2:20. Yep. 2:20. Yep. Thanks. Jeremy, over to you.
Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Jeremy toka ingoa. Kia ora, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I actually provided a PowerPoint, but a lot of people before me, it's been wonderful to listen to, have stolen a lot of my thunder, which is fantastic because a lot of us are saying the same thing, so I don't want to bore you, but then as an ex-teacher, I do remember that one of the dictums was if you say a thing 6 times, people might take it away. So there'll be some repetition here. The first thing I want to say is that I find it quite unfathomable that at a time when you hear about people disengaging or not engaging well with local authority politics or local authorities as a New Zealand-wide concern, and that our own research is showing that, and this is the report, that people feel much more aligned and engaged within their local community than they do with the Hutt City as a whole. That on one hand you've got that, on the other hand you've got community boards who have citizens who put themselves forward, who want to contribute to this kapapa of better engagement, and who are elected and have a high degree of support in the wards where they exist. It's beyond belief for me that a commission report said on one hand, council hasn't done enough to support these community boards, and let's get rid of them, when it seems to me they're the solution. So we move on to slide number 2, please. Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you, brilliant. Okay, so the key points are the actual finding of the review panel do not support the recommendation that there be no community boards. So it seems to me. There's no evidence given that community boards have outlived their usefulness. Their members are neighbours who give us a voice. Community boards represent value for money. I've done some crude sums, which you'll probably be able to pick holes in, but I'll go there in a minute. Community boards have yet to be given a chance by councils, not just in Lower Hutt, but across the country. So the report says, to actually shine and do as well as they can. And I understand there's also a review going on. Kerry Prendergast might be involved, looking at possibilities of amalgamation, local water done well. Is making a decision on community boards here premature? Just asking that question. So moving on, I'll give that a miss because other people have covered that. Here's some pictures. This is what a local community board member with support from his colleagues and then with local sponsorship have done for Eastbourne. They've beautified the place, made it much more attractive for visitors. There's a heritage trail with wonderful information about the region. You walk through the shopping area and there's these fantastic mosaics. Now that is done by a community board member who feels passionately about the community, is well connected locally and makes things happen. I just wonder whether these things would happen without that. And also the community board recently, I think it was Bruce, organised the Community Resilience Expo. And as other speakers before me have said, in the case of a disaster, we are very isolated. If the road gets knocked out, high tide, tsunami, we need people on the ground who know the people, know the connections, know the tradespeople, whatever it is we need. And I don't think at the moment one ward councillor would be able to represent and do that job. Value for money, have I got 52 seconds? The middle bit is probably the important bit. What is the cost of replacing community boards? The report says that, there could be an alternative way for doing it. Hubs, what's the cost of setting that up and servicing it when you've already got a structure in place? And just the very crude sums are, if we look at the population of the 3 communities who are served by community boards, divide that by what I understand the cost of the community boards is, which is $358,000, that works out per capita $11 per year. The average increase in rates for the Hutt City is $560 per year. So it seems to me that community boards are just a very small sum in the picture. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions, members? Quick ones. No, one final one that's come up to a few people is that if Eastbourne, for example, was to have a board and other areas weren't, would you, as a resident, agree to a targeted rate to reflect that?
I think, yeah, I would. I was asked about that. My first thought was, should democracy be a user pays, as a philosophical thing? But then, I mean, it seems to me, if I've got my sums right, that I certainly wouldn't mind. I'm sure a lot of us wouldn't mind paying an extra few dollars a year for a community board. But I think there needs to be more thought about that. But yep, not dismissing it. Thank you.
Yep. No, hey, thank you very much for taking the time and for pulling your
You're
presentation together. Feel free to pass that. Well, we've got that now, don't we? So if any member wants to have another look, because I know we went through quickly, we can do that.
Kia ora.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, now going to Gary Quirk. Welcome, Gary.
Thank you. Afternoon, everybody. Okay, I thought I would, well, you've all seen my presentation so far in terms of the written one, but I thought I would take off with what seems to be the most contentious issue, which is the community, one of the community boards. And I can recall a position a number of years ago where every particular ward had a community group of some description, and I'd like to acknowledge Joy in terms of giving some history and background to it. So every ward had its own community representatives in some form. And I'm advocating that we go back to those particular days. It's not a cost issue. If we can't find the money out of the $160 million budget that the council has every year, then I think we're kidding. Also, I'd just like to say at this point in time, things are getting a little bit confused because we have 3 community boards and we have another committee at Nainai, which is based around the shopping centre area. And the other aspect I'd like to just point out is the fact that I'd actually read, I'm an Avalon, all right? I actually read the papers, the agenda, to see what's going on in the 3 other boards. And it's quite interesting, actually. You get some good ideas coming out of it. So my position really is one of opposing what's in the submission, is one of having a representative community board in each particular ward. That leads me on to the other 3 things that I opposed. And I'd like to be constructive in terms of that. The first one was the question in terms of the independence of the report. Is it really independent? Only you people can answer that position. If you look in terms of the structure or the ethnicity of the valley, I think you'll find that there's not a lot of representation shown in that particular report of a number of groups, and I've highlighted those in my particular submission. We're also going through a period of significant change between local government and central government. So the question really is, yes, we have to make some changes in terms of representational review every 6 years, but why is it necessary to make such big changes when there's such a period of instability? The question in terms of having 13 councillors, six wards across the city and 6 local wards and a Maori ward. I believe in terms of the fact that representation should be right across the valley, but I oppose the issue of appointing a Maori ward. And I say that in the context that the council at the moment has got agreements with Matawhenua in terms of its arrangements. So are you watering down the role of the Maori councillor? And only you people can answer that in terms of your considerations at the end of the day. And the other one I opposed in terms was the split of how those wards were to be established. And it seemed to me that the river was going to be the deciding factor. And that seems to be in some cases, but in other cases it's socio-economic. There's a whole lot of range of factors come into play. But a place like Manor Park, for example, being part of a ward which was involved Mangaraki and those sorts of areas, they're at some distance apart. And I would have thought that Manor Park, for example, would be more akin to being part of Stokes Valley. It's just across the water. I know you can't get across there without going through a bridge at Silverstream, but those are the cases. So that's why I oppose, those are the main reasons why I oppose the 4 aspects of the proposal.
Thanks, Gary. Any questions? Councillor Parker.
Kia ora. As Western Ward Councillor, Manor Park is obviously part of my area. Have you talked to any residents of Manor Park to get that, or is that just your view?
That's just my view.
Okay. Just to let you know, I have talked to Manor Park residents. Right. They're much happier without not going across the river to Stokes Valley.
Right.
So,
okay. Having lived in the valley for 77 years, I've got a fairly good idea in terms of where people consider themselves belonging to and things like that. So if you go and talk to the Manor Park Golf Club people, they feel they're more akin to being part of Stokes Valley rather than
without getting into the detail, the other aspect we have to consider is the 10% plus rule around numbers in the wards. So it's not just as simple as that. But we'll stick to questions. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Gary. Just on your submission on 6.3, you've made a mention, and I'm just wondering if you're recalling historically what used to happen on council. The comment is about if we had 2 local ward councillors, there might be division. Yes. Okay, so yeah, where are you coming from?
I look at our colleagues down the road in Wellington and look in terms of some of the issues that are cropped up there, and it doesn't matter who's the mayor or whatever the position, with due respect, Campbell, that there seem to be political issues rather than actually community issues that they're arguing over. And my concern is that if you have 2 councillors in a ward, which is unfair to the other wards that have only got 1 councillor, by the way, you could potentially end up with in practice, not in policy, but in practice, you'd end up in a position whereby they can become rivals, and I might just go to one of them, as might 20,000 other people might do that. If you follow, yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm just thinking back. We have had that before, and there didn't seem to be any of that issue. Everybody, they might have had, different views, but there wasn't that sort of, the way you've put it. That's all I'm commenting on.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gary. Really appreciate it.
Cheers.
And thanks for hanging around as well. Okay. Final one before we will have a break for lunch, and that is Derek Wilshire. Welcome, Derek. Oh, sorry. We also have Huia booked up as well. Sorry, but yes, Derek first.
Could I have my first slide, please? That one, thank you. Kia ora tātou, and kia ora to Mr Mayor and the councillors. Now is not the right time. We're going to lose something valuable that will not be replaced. Community democracy is the foundation for good governance. People reject the tone of this report. He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. This report is underwhelming and does not recognise the achievements of boards over the years. My submission addresses the proposed dropping of community boards, which I oppose. I'm happy with the recommendations for the ward structure, councillor numbers, and the mix of ward and at-large councillors, and Maori representation, and then in brackets, of course, which hopefully survives, and agents who could fill a useful gap in the structure. I'm disappointed that the proposal in my consultation submission to reconsider the boundary for the Harbour Ward be changed to include a change to the eastern boundary beyond Burdens Gate to be removed from Wainuiomata and added to the Harbour Ward. And that's actually to not to Pinkaro, but to the other lighthouse, if you like. The value of community democracy clearly identified by residents in areas with community boards has been overlooked, not recognised, and those without community boards have been accorded undue weight. Suggestion in the report that somehow the existing structure is out of time is simply ludicrous. An opportunity to provide recommendations which could address Hutt City Councils and others' historic shortcomings and propose some innovative opportunities and governance models has been again overlooked and lost. Little odds and ends here now. Residents' associations and other models exist. They fill a valuable role, but they're not elected. They're not democratically elected. The community boards do collaborate with them and work with them. That's been successful. But the democratic issue is a critical one in my view. The report cites on several occasions that historically HCC and other councils have not recognised boards' potential to contribute inadequately. I can attest to that in my own experiences. Opportunity was there, but not taken. Councillor workload, which is already very, very high, will increase with the recommendations that we have in front of us. Council delegation to community boards need not be limited by statutes. Indeed, a better council could benefit by fostering and respecting this by having it recognised by a more inclusive governance model. Not too difficult in my view. It never was, but it was never successful. Through the link to councillors and staff, very productive and respective outcomes could lead to significant financial benefit. And Hutt community boards have provided the opportunity for board members to become very effective and notable councillors. The report makes no scant reference to community boards' costs. Are they relevant or simply a relevant cost to good and effective governance? The Eastbourne community response to the recommendations to scrap community boards, indeed, the quality of submissions is excellent, respected and complementary to this submission. The New Zealand government, recent things put aside, may well propose a new model for local government constantly, and they constantly allude to the importance of local. My suggestion is my next slide, please. Oh, here, I can do it. Okay, it's a recommended resolution. I don't want to read it out. It just puts into words some of what I've said and what other people have said. So I see it as a supplementary thing. And my final slide is this one. This is our future. Viva the ECB. And that's the logo which we drew up, of which we are very, very proud. Thank you very much.
Questions? Councillor Parkin.
Could you go back to this second slide, second to last slide? On that slide, you had established citywide community boards.
Yes.
Are you talking about community boards for one community board for each of the wards, or is this?
No, the plural boards, I think there should be citywide community boards. They don't necessarily relate to wards, but they mostly will. But as we've heard, some of the community word is the critical one, and they should be about communities. And so quite feasible that you could have two community boards in one ward, as could currently be the case with Eastbourne and Petone, because we have found that these are individual communities. Thank you.
Follow up on that. So you're talking about having all of the city covered by community boards.
Yeah, I did include in the other nation that they should be offered the opportunity willingly by the council to seek to have them. But in the end, in accordance with the law as well, it would be up to the communities themselves to decide whether they want community boards. But I would be advocating that that should be a top-down approach because of the value, and it's been brought up several times that why should one ward have some and some not and all that. But no, I think community-wide boards, they can be fantastic, and I think there's a need to build on it, and I'm sure that the councillors would appreciate a great deal having a working relationship. It's not that it doesn't exist a bit, it does, but there are places which we know there could be benefit from having a different structure. Thank you.
Derek, real quick one from me, and you don't have to answer it. It could be a slightly unfair question, but from all the data here, the Eastbourne Bays community has put a pretty strong case forward for retention of their community board. I think we can see that.
Yes.
Do you think Petone and Wainuiomata have put a strong case forward based? I know you've looked at all of the information. Do you think they've done that?
Yeah, I've seen what's there, and of course that then comes back to the basis on which the data that the report was written on, and I don't see any particular relevance. And I think what it rather reflects is that the inroads that the community boards have made over many years since 1989 to the communities which they represent, and I just think that that has worked, and these submissions reflect that. And I think that could well and should be the case throughout the city. It's a good model to base a city-wide approach on.
You still got it with those political answers. I don't know if you answered my question there. You still got it, Derek. No, that's all good.
I'm not a politician.
No, that's right. No, it's all good. Hey, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Kia ora.
Awesome. Okay. Now we've got Huia Puketapu. Welcome, Huia.
Enjoy your lunch.
Thanks. Kia ora, Huia. Welcome. I'll pass it over to you.
Kia ora whānau. You'll notice that I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, so it's completely off the cuff, and some of the things that I wanted to address have already been spoken about, so I'm not going to backtrack and cover off those things. In terms of the community boards, I'll just start there. So I'm supportive of retention of the community boards, particularly the Wainuiomata board, and also the inclusion of an additional board to represent the Waifatu community. The purpose for that is that there are specific regions within our rohe as mana whenua that have special circumstances that we encounter from time to time. And often the councillors, being term people, aren't always familiar with the consistent nature of what that community continues to live with. And therefore, it's really important to have people on the ground that can hold that buffer space between the council and the community in a consistent manner, but also with the knowledge retention that lives within the community. And thus the reason why I propose that we need one for the Waifatu region, because there is consistency of mana whenua who reside there, not dissimilar to that of the Wainuiomata community. And therefore, you could argue other communities as well within the region. And not wanting to draw any sort of attention in a roundabout way because it sits with a different entity, but in particular with the current situation that we're having with Wellington Water and the sewage that's been pumped into our stream. That has of particular relevance to us in terms of polluting our pepeha. And with a community board acting as the buffer between those spaces, I'm well aware that the council are time bankrupt in terms of your ability to engage at various levels where occurrences such as the pollution being pumped into the stream is demanding of time, effort and energy, where councillors don't have the ability to spread that sort of time, effort and energy when disasters like this happen, because it requires attention when it happens and ongoing attention post the event and follow-up attention with the community itself. And so now we're encroaching into roles and the ability to be effective within your role. And so I don't see that as part of council's role. Although it is generally, it's not specifically when we have such circumstances. So timely that Wellington Water provides a really good example of why we should have a community board within Aotearoa. I guess it's a conversation around currency in terms of what we consider currency to be. Currency is not always about monetary positioning. So I think we need to look carefully at that. And again, it's always what we should always have in the back of our minds as well is that this is a term position. We acknowledge that. And that people can only do certain things and to the capacity of when they hold their term. But the fact is that communities are constants. Most people that live in the space that they live in have lived there for most of their lives, like the gentleman who spoke about living there for 77 years. In our case, it's been since 1823, so quite a lot longer. And so the cultural currency in that space, the community currency in that space is held by the people that live there. And to diminish that buffer between the community level and the council level, I think we're inviting trouble. So unless there's questions around that you'd like to ask me, I'll just move on to another kaupapa. I see I'm on the clock.
Go for it. Yep.
Kapai. So in terms of Māori wards, it's pretty short and simple, really. We've already had this conversation. And I thank you once again for upholding the mana in that space and that you will vote appropriately to support my mokopuna and your mokopuna and those that will benefit from the ability to have Māori wards so that we have representation that allows our people to reap those benefits in the future. I'm pretty sure that you all recall the time that I spoke to this when we raised the issue of Māori wards. So my message is the same. Nothing's changed. We're still the constant and we still need representation. And I'm sure based on that, you'll remember the commitment that you made at that time. So yeah, that's me. The bell's gone.
Oh, thank you, Huia.
Kia ora.
I'll open up for questions. Councillor Shaw.
Kia ora, Huia, and thanks for coming in today
Hey, no.
to sit around the table. Submitter number 21, and you've come up with something really different, and that's what I'm going to ask you about. So your suggestion that we consider a Waifatu community board, you're aware that we're constrained by boundaries. Where would you see the boundary for this proposed ward?
Thank you for asking me that. And so the boundary that we currently sit under, Central Ward, I'm not sure actually on the map thing, but I think we're halfway through 2 wards. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so this is part of the issue, right? So because we're split in half between two wards, this becomes problematic for us. And it's problematic from a position of us being the constant and two wards sitting with people who are two-term people. And so there's inconsistency of maintenance across the spectrum. So going back to your question, where would we see ourselves sitting? So section 19, within our mana whenua native reserve is the official term. Haven't said that in a very, very long time, and it rolled off my tongue really hard. And so section 19, which covers our mana whenua region for the Papakainga, which encompasses Te Whiti Park region around the surrounding area, Waifatu Stream, all the way down to the estuary to the mouth of the river. That region where our urupa sits, regardless of who's on council, that we have a responsibility to that whenua, specifically to all our mana whenua region. But because of our Papakainga being in this space, it's of particular importance, especially when we have the conversation around climate change and the sea level rising and the river rising, and our urupa sits right there at the mouth of the river. And so as the constant, irrespective of who's on council of the day, it's still a responsibility that we will hold as mana whenua to be in that space, and therefore we have to have those conversations at community level. Somebody's got to do the donkey work on the ground when the people who sit at local government and central government can't cover off those spaces. The mahi still has to get done right.
Thank you very much, Huia. Really appreciate you taking the time to come and speak to us.
Kia ora whānau. Enjoy your afternoon. Kia ora.
Okay, we've got a couple of options here. We have been going for quite some time. We do have a couple of speakers who are basically due right now. Now we can either, that would be 10 minutes to get through those two speakers, or do we want to have a break if people need to have a break? We can have a break in 10 minutes time. How do we want to, are we comfortable with that? Okay, yep. So next up we do have, is it Hai Ying Shi? Yes, welcome. So no, we can do it now. So happy to do that now. So you don't have to wait for the entire break. Yeah. Yes, yep. So 5 minutes, over to you. Thank you.
Do you have a PowerPoint? Okay. Shall I start?
My name is Hai Ying. I live in York Bay for 10 years. As a local resident, I came here to support our Eastbourne Community Board. Also, as a migrant, I want to observe how a local democracy works and to maintain the democracy. And all the people behind me have highlighted enough why we need to keep our local board, because the locals can represent local much better, because locals, they know what really exactly happened, can represent our issues, our voice in time. I want to share, hold on. Okay. I want to share one case, what happened recently. Our locals, the Eastbourne community residents, we concerned a lot. Okay, we see that's how and the Eastbourne, some part of the beach looks like. And I work here very often, like some local residents. And it's fantastic lifestyle. That's why so many people love living or come to Eastbourne. But now, a few days ago, on 20 August, when I walk along the beach, what I did before, that's what I saw. So the Great Wall pop up. And behind that wall is a swimming pool, so it kind of doubled. And that's the land before we loved so much. I'm sure lots of lovely pets stay there, but now their home had been kind of damaged. When I saw this one, seriously, my heart feel painful. Not only feel inconvenient before we can go to the beach so easily, now our way had been blocked. Also, my heart feel painful. So that's why I decided to post my will on the local our local Facebook page. So the name is the Great Wall of Eastbourne Coast. They are making it more difficult for people to enjoy the area we once did. And where are the gates? And I do not expect so many people respond. And the people respond so actively. So you can see the link. And hold on. That's my post. Then I found in the other post, that's another, our local. Can see the contrast. If you're interested, the best way to listen to the local voice, just click the link, all in the public. So it's another local resident try to find a gate. He did finally, but take him long time. It clearly is not good design because not obvious. Imagine if your kids, if your children play the football and the ball go to another fence, how they take the ball back? Very simple. Jump, then somebody hurt, all of the bad consequences could happen. And another post from another local resident. So you can see how the people concerned, how we make better design, how we can protect our local environment better. So there's some comment from our local Eastbourne resident. I don't think I have too much time, just have a quick view to see, page by page. I only screenshot some page under my post as tons of the. You can see the people really want to do something, but they also know we cannot do too much because the fence already there. We all love blue penguins, okay? We want them to stay there safely, happily. But we believe can have the better options. And so many penguins have settled under their house many years. They'll be fine. It's the comments by comments. So as what I said, it's very interesting process for me to see how the democracy works, how the people try to handle the issues. I think it's much harder than I thought. My opinion is we need to keep our democracy channel, keep the democracy channel open instead of turned off. That's my clear opinion. And we locals really can need the voice to be heard. The channels, like our body, our bloggage, we need channels open, not turn them off. And that's just my clear opinion. I think in general, so many things to say. I don't want to say too much. Just if we can, how to strengthen our democracy, keep the channels open instead of turn it off. And the key thing is how to make the local community board working more efficiently. That's the direction, not turn them off. Please keep them. And last thing, sorry, just 1 minute, talk about equality. If we talk equality, to see the best swimming pool in Nai, the best in bowling club in Nai, water nash in Tai. So let's look at our little miserable swimming pool in Eastbourne. So that's not equality. So we think about what is the best for different area. That's what we should think. It's not everything equally. Like your kids, every kids have different needs. We should just do things more balancedly. Thanks so much. A little bit emotional, but hope you understand.
No, great job. Thank you so much for your presentation. Really appreciate it. Okay, David.
David Smith, Wainuiomata, resident. I'm one of the lucky ones who's not overawed here. I've been president of Lions, I've been president of Toastmasters, I've submitted to Parliament, but that's not the reality for most people. My view on what community boards do is they gather opinions and form them into a submission to bring to the councillor, and the councillor brings them to the whole council. Because most people are not interested in making submissions. They've got an opinion and they want their opinion heard. And the community board is the best place to have that opinion heard, because it's reasonably informal, but they speak, they don't have to bring a written submission before they're allowed to speak. Yes, and one of the other things is I'm going to put the council on the spot now. You've put some of the speakers on the spot, Barry, Campbell. I'm going to ask you, given that there's been gaps in the review panel's review, noticed that there's only one financial perspective given, does the council have the power to go back to the review panel and ask for more financial information? And if they do, will they? Because my daughter's an accountant, my brother's an accountant, and that's not good enough, quite frankly. And if I was voting, one of the things that would decide my vote were, why were community boards set up in the first place? Because of a need. And the review panel should have decided, with all their expertise, if there is more need or less need. If there's more need, you should be voting yes. And I believe there's more need. Our literacy rates are falling, which means there's going to be more people who won't be able to come here and articulate that like I can. They will have to rely on speaking only. And the community boards gather those voices and put them in order so that the council, when they vote, have the opportunity to make sense of it. That's all I've got to say, except as far as the wider council-wide councillors, I only support that if they are required to spend time in each ward and get to know the whole city, because they're citywide councillors and not every of them are citywide. And the other thing is that would simplify it and give me confidence would be if there's only one councillor, I should be able to, if I can't get hold of Kerry, I should know which councillor who has experience in that ward that I can speak to. Thank you.
Thank you, David. To answer your question around the report, it was an independent report. It was really important that we allowed them to produce their report. We received that, we consult on it. There will certainly be an opportunity for all of the elected members here at the end of this process to ask for any further information for the final report, which we will make our decision on. Okay. And I think there are a number of things that have been raised that obviously councillors are jotting down that will help them to be able to make their decision. Yeah. But it's really important that it was independent and we allowed them to do their thing regardless of what we thought was in there or not. Yeah. So that's just the process. But I'll just see if there's any questions for you, because I don't want to take up all the time on that. Any questions? You still have a minute, so happy for you to
just with Maori wards, one of the things that confuses me, and I'm sure it confuses a lot of people, is transparency. Now, I don't know how the person who's going to represent the Maori ward is put there, and I think for transparency's sake, I think a lot of more people would support Maori wards if they knew the process of how that person's going to be put there. If you know what I mean.
They'll be elected. Yeah. They'll be elected by a Māori board. I mean, Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, David. Appreciate you waiting. Though actually, we got you pretty much on time in the end. So, but we're going to have a break, everyone. Thank you.
See me after, and I'll show you, because we've had two identical twins. My eldest daughter's had two identical twins.
Oh, congratulations. Oh, yes. No, wow.
Both boys.
Awesome.
Thank you.
So what we'll do, I will ask it from the floor rather than people telling me off. How much would you like? How much time would you like? 20 minutes? Is that enough? Or would you like 20? 30? 30 minutes. Yep. So 3 p.m. And just to the team, if there's any communication we can do to those people who aren't here yet, that we're just running a bit behind. So we'll be back at 3 p.m. Thank you. Okay, we will get back underway. And first up, we have Karen Araj Fisher. Welcome. No stranger. You know how it works. A total of 5 minutes, including any time for questions. Over to you, Karen.
Okay, you'll be happy to know I'm not wearing different scarves today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So I'm a pre-amalgamation baby. I lived 20 years under the Petone Borough Council and now 34 years under the Hutt City Council, so you can work out how old I am. I absolutely love my village of Petone, and this can be seen through the work I do for the Jackson Street program. Now, I know many people may think I'm parochial or I have a conflict of interest because my husband is the chair of the Petone Community Board. However, I believe that this puts me in a unique position. I know, and I underline know, the work that goes on behind the scenes. I know how busy the Petone Community Board is, and I know that those members do not put their name forward for the money or the glory, but to be a voice for their community. And what a diverse and unique community we have. From its residents, we're like the United Nations. We're to the poor, to the well-off, to the old, to the young, to small businesses, large industries, heritage, hospitality hubs, sports, you name it. Tertiary education and more, like I've noted in my written submission. While we may not be geographically isolated like Wainui or Eastbourne, arguably we are the most busy and diverse of the 3 community board areas. Being a voice for the community at grassroots levels means listening to your people, even if it's something you don't agree with or personally agree with, or if it's something you know your ward councillor or the other councillors are going to disagree with. For example, the recent talk about paid parking in Petone in Jackson Street. So while I appreciate some at-large councillors for supporting different Petone organisations, this cannot replace the work that the Petone Community Board does for our community and supporting our ward councillor. My belief is how good the community boards are as a stepping stone to council, as a number of you can attest to. I don't believe, though, that cost or number of submissions should come into your decision-making today. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Any questions? Councillor Dyer.
Good, Karen, thanks for coming in. Most of your thoughts were around the community boards, which was great, but you also opposed the other 3 questions. Just wondering if you had any thoughts about the makeup of 13 councillors, the change to the ward boundaries.
I personally don't think there needs to be a change to anything to keep it the status quo.
Any other questions? Councillor Briggs.
Thanks for coming in. Your last comment at the end there was around number of submissions or cost shouldn't be considered as part of this. Obviously, this is a consultation period where we're listening to our community. Why don't you think we should be considering the number of submissions that are coming in and kind of the communities that they're coming from and what they're requesting as behalf of themselves, but also the people that they're connected to?
Of course, it's just a personal belief. It's not that I've gone and surveyed everyone. I think that the people in Petone, and I can't talk about the other 2 communities, but people in Petone, they trust the Petone Community Board. They trust that they're going to listen and they're going to speak for them. So it could be that they're waiting to see what the sort of outcome is to go further. I don't know. I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but I just think that the trust is there for the community board.
If I may just follow up. So one of the Eastbourne Community Board members this morning said the number of submissions from their community is reflective of their community's desire and value of that board. And so do you disagree with that member, or how do you reconcile the difference between submissions in Wainuiomata, Petone, Eastbourne and the rest of the city?
Well, I think we all know that Eastbourne has a totally different community to Petone. We're a lot more diverse. we're probably a lot busier, as in the people in Petone, there may be people in Eastbourne, because it's such a small community and, you know, maybe they all, I don't know what sort of, how I'm meant to put it. This is sort of thing that they're really interested in, is writing and thinking about their community constantly, whereas Petone Community Board is a lot busier, get involved in a lot more things, and I think there's just that difference in the type of people that live in each suburb. I don't know if I'm explaining that very well, but Eastbourne's sort of always been like that, even from when I was growing up. It's totally different type of people. That sounds a bit rude, but if you know what I mean, different type of people to living in, say, Petone and Wainuiomata. Yeah, I don't know if I explained that very well.
I think you did. Tiawa
Yeah.
made the point that in some communities you're not going to get the same level of engagement, and actually it's potentially an argument even more for a community board when you versus areas which may be a better resource to be able to stand up for themselves.
That's probably a better word, better resource.
No, all good. It's a fair point. So thank you so much, Karen. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, Kaz Young. Welcome, Kaz.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Mayor, councillors, officers, members of the public. There are two things I particularly want to talk about today, given one of my current roles within LGNZ. One of them should not come as a surprise in regards to community boards. The other I want to talk about is the Eastern Ward proposed changes. And although I think we currently have a great ward councillor there, this is not why I'm advocating for its retention. Growing up, living in Waifatu, when I first learnt about pepeha, I learnt about the local maunga of significance, the awa which made me feel as if I was home. And I wrestled with this as such significant natural markers as important to my family as I as Chinese immigrants, as they are to Māori. As a kid playing at the Godley Street Reserve Park, I spent countless days staring up at Puki Ariki, which towered and watched over my friends and I, and even to this day, there's something quite majestic about it close up. Waifatu Stream, despite its challenges and support from the Friends of Waifatu Stream to regain its health over the years, still holds an important part of feeding and sustaining my whānau and I. My dad used to forage and hunt in that vicinity. Yes, I am talking about the eels and watercress. The more I've thought about this, the more I look at this eastern block that is separated by the train line and further outlined by the hills, and it really does have a distinctive character to it. Because what is crucial to it is the various small businesses, the hubs of activity, and the fact that it isn't always focused and facing our CBD. I'm not in favour of it being merged and possibly more accurately lost within the central ward. And perhaps the boundaries need to be looked at more carefully, as noted by one of the previous speakers, particularly around Waifatu. The reasoning I heard from the panel seemed to give greater credibility for us to lean more into a full citywide approach than to move the deck chairs of ward boundaries, and I think more can be done without losing representation for an area that, in my opinion, does hold its own in terms of character. Now, for community boards, it's probably not a surprise that I could and have spent ages talking about these. The one thing I do agree with the panel on in regards to this is that the status quo is no longer suitable. However, that is why I would like to see community boards across the whole city, provided they're giving meaningful delegations and, more importantly, the right support to fulfil those roles. It starts with equal representation structures and continues with equitable engagement measures. I am the same age as community boards, the beautiful age of 35. If I pause to compare the two and consider all that has helped me to form into a somewhat functioning adult, I can't help but wonder if we've historically continued to see and treat community boards as a child or even an infant, without considering the meaningful role it could play in our local government structures. Like, I don't think community boards have always done their job, but if the same measure was held up against councillors or even mayors and were judged on the worst of our efforts, none of us would be here. Imagine if we had our current 6 wards and all were enabled to vote for all the same things. The ability to communicate a simple structure without perceived or real unfairness, with a number of opportunities for people to step up and partake. increase the likeliness of general public actually knowing some of those who are running, and an opportunity to further embed local democracy into our communities. Do I think we would see things magically turn around in a triennium or two? No. But do I think considering this as a way to ensure local voices to better the future of local government and this very city to be a major opportunity? Yes. In a time and space where we are talking more and more about localism, I can't help but find the panel's findings missing the mark on that key value of local government and local democracy. And I really hope you don't miss it too. Ngā mihi nui. I welcome any pātai.
Thank you, Kaz. Question from me. This is one I did want to have the opportunity to raise with someone around delegations. And you may recall in 2019 when I became mayor, I went through a bit of a process with each of the community boards, basically opening the door saying, hey, very keen to look at additional delegations and really put that to each of the boards. And I got nothing back from that process. So you mentioned, hey, extension of community boards if they have meaningful delegations. What does that look like?
Yeah.
And how do we avoid a situation like that where I think there was a genuine open and willingness and I got nothing back from the boards on it?
Yeah, great question. And, I think for me, it's about meaningful delegations don't come on their own. So for me, a lot of that is about the structures that actually hold those delegations up. I've been wrestling with this probably for the last 2 trienniums as I've kind of gone, where do I sit with community boards as someone who is now currently serving in the 3rd triennium of that. And initially, I did initially think, delegations would be the main thing. And actually, I've come to realise a huge amount of that is not about the delegations, it's about the structures around the delegations. So the information and the access that we get to that information is really important. The access that we have to other opportunities that help us do our jobs really well is important. And I think about even other community boards across the motu who have different things that allow them, even though they might have basic delegations, there is a chance for them to, I think, enact those better in their roles better. So, yeah, I think I've probably come a bit full circle around that. Actually, it's not just about delegations. Sorry to not really answer your question.
But can you give some examples of what boards could be doing now that currently isn't the case of council empowering that?
So I think for me, some of the things that have made a difference that I have kind of asked for is just direct communication about things. And I think about the first triennium that I was in, and we used to get like a 3-month calendar around briefings. And that sort of dynamic, even though it may seem really small and simple, means I can do my job more effectively when I have a better organised calendar, because I have to not be at work somewhere else to then do my job as a community board member. And sometimes I think it's around things like training as well, like opportunities of training can be very limited if you're a board member to, I guess, be able to do your job better, I suppose, is how I kind of see that.
We won't get into a debate on it, so I do struggle a little bit with some of that, but I'll open any other questions. Councillor Briggs.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. One question, just seeking clarity, Kaz. You're saying before that you want to see community boards across the city. Is that meaning 1 board per ward? As you're saying in your submission in writing, it's 1 councillor per ward. Can you give that clarity?
Yep, so I guess I still actually agree with our current setup of having 6 wards, whether or not the boundaries are changed. That's, I kind of feel like some of them need to be updated anyway. So I think there's room to move in that, but I still would see 6 wards and then 6 community boards. And again, I'm not fixed on the number of those board members per, having heard about a lot of other different models of how that's done.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you taking your time and your candour as well. So good stuff. Okay. Okay, next up we have, is it Wall Loden? Wall? Have I got that right? Sorry. Yes. Hey, fantastic. Welcome. So you have a total of 5 minutes, and that includes any time for questions as well. Floor's yours.
Because I oppose the proposal to establish the Eastbourne-based community board. I've been a resident of Eastbourne since the 1940s, when Eastbourne had a mayor, a deputy mayor, a town clerk, chairman of works and several councillors. They were elected by Eastbourne ratepayers and were local residents, and they had a vast knowledge of Eastbourne and the Bays. In 1989, Eastbourne and the Bays amalgamated with Lower Hutt. Now the proposal under consideration for Eastbourne and the Bays is to share one ward councillor with Korokora, Petone, Moera, Gracefield, and the axing of our community board, leaving us, the residents, with no full-time voice in Hutt Council on Eastbourne's very diverse issues, facing massive rates increases and no control on how our rates will be spent in Eastbourne. Eastbourne and Eastern Bays are unique in their location, as we've heard before, effectively a large cul-de-sac with only one road in and one road out, with excellent safe swimming beaches, access to East Harbour Regional Park, coastal walking, cycling trails to Pincarrow, Baring Head, attracting visitors all year round, and summer weekends and public holidays, thousands flock to Eastbourne and the Bays. Proposal under consideration is for a 1/5 share ward councillor also to look after Gracefield with its large industrial area, Korokora, a hillside suburb, Petone and Moera, all with very different and sometimes conflicting priorities and issues. And with the proposal to disestablish both Petone and Eastbourne community boards, I believe it's an impossible task for 1/5 share ward councillor to look after the interests and do justice to 5 very diverse suburbs, and it would be a serious impact on our ability to communicate our issues with Hutt City. The Eastbourne Bays and Community Council has been very supportive of Eastbourne residents in many issues over the years. And we've heard a lot about that before. We currently vote for our community councillors. We know them personally, and we know they have the best interest of Eastbourne people. They're readily available to meet with us, listen to our issues, and raise them to the appropriate Hutt Council department. It's far easier for us to say, contact the local community councillor like Murray Gibbons, with in excess of 20 years with the community board. He will call in and see you, discuss your queries, if necessary, arrange for you to see the appropriate person in Hutt Council, follow up and report back to you. I understand the cost to retain our community board is approximately $20 per capita of the Eastbourne and Bays resident. Hutt City's Have Your Say document states, if the proposal to remove community boards goes ahead, this will result in savings to council. Our personal rates increase this year was $1,200, $1,000 a month. So my wife and I, combined cost of $40 to retain our community board is only 3.3% of this year's rates increase. Our current annual rates are in excess of $8,156 a week. It's $22.25 per day. So our cost to retain the community board for a year is 2/365 of our annual rates, which is extremely good value for money. Land and capital values in Eastbourne, and consequently the rates, are significantly higher than in many other suburbs, with 22% of Eastbourne residents over 65 years old. That was the 2018 census. And with insurance gobbling up the pensions, it's very difficult for many of them to remain in their houses. If council propose doing nothing, what do they plan to replace the work of the community boards are currently doing that will cost less and be more efficient? I don't believe it's possible. I therefore strongly advocate for the retention of Eastbourne and Bays Community Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Will, for your presentation. Any quick questions, Councillor Mitchell?
Yeah, just a quick one. Well, you're very clear about Eastbourne Community Board, but what about the rest of Lower Hutt? Do you think there should be community boards in other
Well,
parts
I've
of
been
Lower
very
Hutt?
selfish and concentrated on ours, but I believe many of the arguments, the points, the costing that I brought through would also apply to the other community boards. Whether they're as active as ours, I don't know, but ours have been very, very supportive and easily contactable.
Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it. Elizabeth Palmer. Online. Liz. Just checking if you're there, Liz Palmer. Great. There we go. Excellent. Now just your microphone. You'll just need to unmute yourself, Liz.
All right.
Excellent.
Sorry.
We can hear you.
Right. Got a bit out of touch. Sorry.
5 minutes, over to you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and councillors, good afternoon. I moved to Eastbourne 9 years ago, having been involved in various residents' associations on the Western Hills over 41 years. Today, I plan to focus on just one aspect of my submission. The panel did not find the Hutt City Council scored well with regard to community boards. However, despite this, the community board with Councillor Tui Lewis visibly shines in our community. Our community board is elected democratically. The members live in our community and make themselves available 24/7. Not only are they very active and visible in our community, I have found they are proactive, unbiased, excellent listeners and communicators, are caring, dedicated, and fully engaged with residents. They also engage closely with the various residents' associations in the bays, and they ensure public consultation takes place when appropriate. Community boards also have legal access to answers to the elected members' request, a big extra advantage, I believe. They work as a true team with Councillor Tui Lewis. The acronym of TEAM is Together Everyone Achieves More. Tui obviously recognises this and realises that having a team working with her enables her to have far greater outreach and effectiveness than she could possibly have on her own. The community board keeps Tui firmly in their loop too, very much a partnership. Hence, I would like to suggest that rather than disestablishing community boards and reinventing the wheel, probably at great expense, by following the panel's recommendations for a focused approach to engagement, which doesn't even appear to be democratic to me, that the Hutt City Council employ Tui Lewis and the Eastbourne Community Board to train new community boards in each ward and give them full support. Our community board have an excellent system in place that works, and I'm sure this could be duplicated and fine-tuned to embrace the various minority groups that currently aren't being heard. They've already proven that they can build a better bridge to the community. Why not duplicate what's already proven to be working? Even so, I'm certain there will be things they'd want to fine-tune to achieve even better results, especially to ensure more effective cost savings. I believe if this happened, the Hutt City Council could be a future role model with the best community engagement in New Zealand, where residents can actually identify those they've elected, and a cost-effective city that people would want to come and live in. Thank you, and a special thanks to Tui, who I know works extra hard with that wonderful community board. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I don't think I've ever seen the Deputy Mayor blush so much. But thank you very much for your comments. They really are appreciated. Now, any questions from anyone except Tui? No. You are more than welcome, Tui, of course. Councillor Dyer.
Thanks, Liz. I'm not sure how much Tui paid you, but we'll ignore that. In your submission, you said the Harbour and Wainuiomata wards have a bigger load for the elected councillor. Just wondering how you came to that conclusion.
Oh, heavens. I guess they've got a bigger population. I think Wainui was something like 16 or 17,000, and I think the other one was 16,000. So, that's going back to when I wrote all that submission. Not quite certain if I can clear that.
It's okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much, Liz. Really appreciate you taking the time and speaking so eloquently to us. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Cheers. Okay, moving through to Sandra Gregg. Welcome, Sandra. No stranger to how things work, so a total of 5 minutes, and that includes any time for questions. Over to you.
Thank you. Fancy giving a woman 5 minutes, God's sake. Thank you for allowing me here. I'm going to not go too much into my statement, but I think it's time to abolish all of the community boards. I don't think they're necessary. I personally think that if you have a decent councillor, or plural, I would rather up the councillors than have the community boards. I went online this morning onto the Hutt City site, which is not the easiest site to use, and found that it is costing $357,000 to have community boards for the Hutt. It's a truckload of money. I then did something that I have always done, is actually ask the people what the people thought. And I managed to get 11 people, several of them came for JPing at my house over the last few days, and several were shopkeepers. So 11 people, I explained I was coming here, community boards, etc. They all knew that they had a mayor, they had no idea who it was, they had no idea who the councillors were. These were all sorts of people, ratepayers as well as renters. But when I explained the costs, they thought it was better to use that money towards a lot of other things that Hutt City has needed. And they all said, don't we also have residents groups? I used to run the Normandale residents group, so I know 20 years of experience there, that the residents group have the same approach to coming and meeting up with all of you councillors and talking to the mayor at any time. I was part of, back in the olden days when I was first elected to regional council, I was part of setting up the Nainai Community Board, ward, whatever it was called, so I know that. I also know as a regional councillor from 1992 to 2016, as well as being on the District Health Board, that a lot of times I gave my presentation, which was always that I was the chair of the Hutt River as well as the deputy chair of public transport. I would give my expressions on what the Regional Council was doing to each and every ward and board member for 4 years, whatever the arithmetic. And it was as if the Regional Council did not exist in most councillors' brains who are on community board members is where I'm coming from. I have written here that if elected councillors are doing their jobs properly, that they can actually represent the areas. And I also noted, are community boards real democracy? They're not able to employ staff, determine rates, raise debt, or control regulatory activities. So I'll just round that up and say, abolish the boards. The community people, our community has changed severely to what it was in 1989. When I was also involved with coming into making Lower Hutt 1 and getting rid of all the Petone City Council, Eastbourne, Wainui little city councils. And this is like going through exactly the same process, only 35 years has changed. Nothing has changed in that whole time. People are still clinging to their past and not letting go to the future. Done.
Thank you, Sandra. A question from me to kick off. Do you think, particularly with your experience as a councillor in the past, regional and local, we should take regard for the quite strong submissions we've received, particularly from Eastbourne and the Bays, around the value they see for their community board? Or do you think that that should just be, no, times, it's done at Stash?
Eastbourne and Petone, in my experience, 35 years tied up with politics, have always been the fabulous voice. And it's not always the fabulous voice, the good speakers, the ones who understand. It's the wee person on the street. It's the person in the local shop that are not coming forward. They don't actually realise they could come forward. They knew nothing about it because they're not being approached. And it's those people we need to work on and find out their answers, not those of us who've got the courage to come and open our mouths in a public setting.
Any other questions from members? Councillor Parkin?
Kia ora. On that, welcome back. On that last point, in terms of making sure that we connect with the people on the street, how do you see that community boards don't do that? What is, I'm missing something.
It's basically my experience of being out there with the people, running lots and lots of community groups, talking to people all the time, just as the piece, have people in and out the house, and you learn. I experience in old age comes with what I'm trying to tell you is there are a lot. You walk down the mall, you stop people, and they're not interested, they don't know, and you go outside the mall, you talk to Woodloo shops, people in the cafes, they're not up with what you're doing and you're not coming through to them. You might, Chris, but you haven't. Nobody's been to my house, nobody comes. I turn up to boards, wards, grape house and all sorts of things. Nobody comes. I teach swimming at Hoya Pool, talk to them as well about council and politics. And people aren't following it. I don't know how you overdo that, but yeah, get off your bums and do something. But abolish the community boards, save $357,000 a year. That's where I'm coming from. It's the money.
What if those areas were willing to pay for it through a targeted rate? Would that change your mind?
Possibly. Can I just say something else? The Ministry of Education employed me and two other ladies, and we are doing local history for Lower Hutt as the pilot. It's now gone broader than that.
We are running quite far behind.
I know.
So
but I just want to say that in researching that, we found two things, and one of them is the original mayors and spears as they came through right up to, and I want to say Kennedy Good, but not swear to it, were not paid. They did it as volunteers, and I would like to propose that the wards and boards be asked what would they take on this job as a volunteer and save the council this much money. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Really appreciate you taking the time. Excellent. Okay, Michael Draper. Welcome, Michael. Over to you.
Okay, so I don't know if my background's relevant. If you need to ask about it. The independent panel reviewed and came up with and so I'm talking specifically about the community boards, the idea that the community boards should be scrapped because their delegated authorities are trivial. What they're actually doing is paraphrasing their words. It's trivial and it's very inequitable. It's only in some places. Their same review also identified that there's a very strong desire for clear and accessible channels of communication with the council. And I'd suggest that many of the, or possibly most of the proposals in favour of community boards today, their message, if you look at where the value has been, it has been in the communication that those people on the boards have been providing between the council and the community. And that the board structure is a very inefficient and expensive way of doing that. You have the overhead, you have to have so many you have to have at least 4 or 5 board members in order to have a quorum. You structure around having to have formal board meetings. But the people who have been in those communication roles, in that liaison interface roles, have been delivering a very valuable service that improves the efficiency of the council, it improves the efficiency of the council officers, and it facilitates communication in a way that a single councillor can't possibly get round the different areas. If you scrap the community boards, you're in danger of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I'd argue that the primary value of the community boards is that representation. So that doesn't mean they need formal authority. That doesn't mean they need delegated authority. There is huge value in them being elected because that means they have a clear democratic mandate which increases trust from the community, increases trust from the councillors. And that I would suggest that the money, the time, the effort that goes into supporting and funding the community boards should not be lost, but it should be distributed far more equitably. If you dismantle the community boards, you can keep representation and, in fact, have the opportunity to share that representation democratically across the whole city. It doesn't have to be restricted to historical locations that had their own mayors. So that's the gist of my argument. And so I'd suggest focus on where the real value is. Those people have been performing a very valuable role that is mutually beneficial. It also has a benefit in case of emergencies, that if we have a major earthquake, for instance, in the city, to have elected representatives in local areas, more of them, will be of service in disaster recovery, civil defence situations as well. So I would say my suggestion is, yes, potentially dismantle the boards, but keep elected representatives in more areas to provide that liaison and community function. It will be an aid to individual councillors, it will be an aid to the organisation, and it will be a very active aid to the community themselves. Yes, give them some training, give them a bit more support about that. The arguments about maybe they haven't always been getting round enough people, that's an inherent problem, but it's not going to be solved by cutting down the number of people in those roles in the city.
Thank you, Michael. I'm just trying to grapple with your point of how do we, without the community boards, if we were to get rid of them, how do we have that representation locally? Do you mean how we structure ourselves as a council with councillors' roles, or?
So have a non-voting community representative role in local areas. So, for instance, where you have a full board in the Eastbourne Eastern Bays, cut that down to, say, 2 people without formal meeting structures, and then do the same across more areas of the city. You could do it with 1. 2 provides better coverage for the community and for the council. I'm conscious we've had time, but...
Yeah, no, that's okay. So it would be positions that aren't voted on.
So they would be elected by the public, but they would not have a seat, they would not have a voting position at the council table. Their function would be as an ally and support for the community, the council organisation and the councillors.
We can get some advice on that. I think the challenge we might have is the legislation doesn't allow that type of role when it comes to elections.
That will be a problem.
So that's the challenge. But I hear the principle that the point you're making. Yeah.
If you're going to do that, then could you restructure community boards to basically give them wider mandates and effectively put that structure underneath an umbrella of, okay, there's a community board, maybe 1 for every 2 wards that has, say, 4 members, 2 for each ward, and do it something like, if you're constrained by the legislation saying community boards are the only way to do this.
So I'll just check if there's any other final questions. And thank you so much for taking the time to come and submit. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you. The key point is don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Okay.
Thank you.
We've got Pete Matcham. Is Pete here? Oh, online. Great. Pete. Now, I know, Pete, we've got back-to-back submissions from yourself, one from Grey Power, one from the Normandale Residents Association. So just let us know which one you'd like to speak to first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. To save your time, I'm more than, since the points made in both those submissions are largely complementary, I'm quite happy to just make one verbal submission and
music to our ears with how far behind we are. So no, thank you very much, Pete.
And take specific questions on either as you wish.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm obviously been online listening to previous speakers, and it's no surprise at all that I'm sure that the majority of people you've heard from today have put forward the view that their community board should not be disestablished. It's a well-known psychological point that people value what they have far more than something they might get in the future. What I'm suggesting to you today in support of the submission is that those opinions should not influence you. There are on behalf of both Grey Power and Normandale, I think there are 2 points which have to be considered. And the first and most important of all is equity. Now, I've heard several people today say that yeah, we've got to keep our community board, but to do that, let's extend it. Personally, and on behalf of the organisations I represent, we don't agree with that, largely because from my experience and others over the years, as Sandra has previously mentioned, we feel that those current structure is largely ineffective in giving a valid voice to the community. Now, I'm not decrying the work that the current board members do, but the whole structure severely limits their ability. Even if they fully exercise the abilities under the Act, that in reality that very rarely happens. And what we believe is that as the representation review has suggested, a rather more a project-based rather than a permanent structure is more appropriate to give an effective community voice. The other, again, coming back to equity, the other thing which we both organisations are very concerned about, of course, is that the most disenfranchised and voices within the city are the least likely to get elected to community boards, partly because they don't have the opportunity, but even where it is, there is, again, just based on the evidence in here and elsewhere, it is those with the sufficient financial standing to have the spare time to get involved in community affairs that put their name forward and get elected, not the people who are most directly affected. So, really, in summary, what I'm saying to you is that although I don't particularly necessarily say that the representation review's suggested model is perfect, I think it's a good starting point, and that it would we would suggest that the council should move away from the community boards entirely and use some of that money saved to investigate a more equitable and truly democratic means of canvassing community voices over specific areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Any questions? Very well said. As usual, Pete, thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move through to Jan Veinings. welcome.
Thank you.
We'll start the timer. Over to you.
Okay, context is everything. I want you to know that I'm extremely upset by the 18% rate rise. 10 years of 18% rate rises is a multiplier of 5.3. That means a $5,000 rate bill today will escalate to $26,000 in 10 years' time. As I retire this year, I will be forced out of my house by this type of council decision-making. I wanted to be here in person today because the hearing of the 10-year plan now seems like it was just lip service. You had no intent of listening since you rammed through that increase. In this hearing, you ask us to reduce representation even more by getting rid of those pesky community boards. You could have decided to extend the community boards to all areas to get better representation, but no. If you scrap the community boards, we need to get something much better in return. You propose 13 councillors with the pretense that that is better representation, but it is not. None of you, nor I, nor anyone can know what the people think until you poll them through a referendum vote. Those 13 are by no means a proxy of what people think. They are no better than having no councillors or 7 councillors. On important topics, no single individual can represent the people. Each of you just has your own opinion, like I have, or Bob, or Mary, or anyone else in the city. Matters like rates rises need to go to the people. Matters like big investments such as water meters, or Riverlink, or the budget fiasco of the Eastbourne Shared Path require polling the people through a binding referendum. Research and management shows that at board and management meetings, the average number is 9 or 11. But for efficient decision-making, 7 or 9, and interestingly, never 8. So let's scrap all the pretense that councillors can represent the people. At best, you do what you think is right. But then we may as well just have 7 citywide councillors. That way you can make fast decisions, your meetings will run better, and it will save a few $100,000 of 6 councillors' salaries. If you scrap the community boards, we the citizens still need to be heard. So build into the annual process that you proactively put big issues to a referendum or preferential vote. Also allow the people to request a referendum. At a minimum, every year the budget is published before it goes to a preferential vote. Using modern technology makes this very easy and cheap to facilitate. Furthermore, having a two-way communication system on Facebook so that people can make themselves heard. Yes, it may cause some unpleasant outrage, but that can be refereed and it will be a good barometer for you. This way we get proper and efficient representation and we can all feel that we are being heard. My proposal is not what you want in your proposal. You could just hurtle on and do as you intended from the outset. Or you could put the options heard here today in a referendum using a preferential voting system. That way, all of us, the citizens, can see that we are being heard. That's me.
Any questions? Councillor Parkin.
Quick question. Do you know that our pay is set by an independent authority? The pool is set and then it is divided up. So if we had 7 councillors, they would be still getting paid the same amount as us.
I'm not
12.
interested in the pay so much of the councillors. That's a minute amount of money compared to the total budget of the Hutt city, isn't it? And there's a cost to democracy. So what?
I think the point is 7 councillors wouldn't save us any money. That'd all just be...
No, but that wasn't my point. My point is about
you did
representation.
make that point. No, you did make that point. But I think it was just...
My point is about representation. And whether you have 13 or 7 makes no difference.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Okay. Councillor Briggs.
Thanks for that, just getting clarity. So to that logic of it doesn't matter how many people there is for representation, then you're also advocating for community boards at the same time. So I'm a bit confused.
No, I'm advocating that you actually put things to the vote of the people.
So that's referendum?
Put it out by a vote, yes. The budget goes out for a vote.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Dyer.
Yeah, are you aware it's a legal requirement? We have to do this representation review every 6 years, and we have to do it before the next election. So we can't do a referendum in the election. This has to be done before the election.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ross Jameson. Welcome, Ross.
I feel a bit like Damien McKenzie coming up with that time thing, so I better keep it quiet, I guess. Do you mind if I stand up? When I was on this table, that was the custom rather than sitting down. Well, can you hear me?
People online might not be able to. Try that.
Can I just say, when I walked into this chamber, I felt irked, because in the chamber previously, you had all the mayors round the walls. And people say, well, why are you making that point? Because if you don't know where you have come from, it impedes where you are going to. And you would have found the Petone mayors, they had one woman mayor, one Chinese mayor, a Maori mayor. You would have found Eastbourne, they had a woman mayor. You would have found Wainui Mata, he came very late, didn't he, in the piece. And you would have found the whole of the, going back to, 1881, all around there, the lower Hutt mayors, and they were all Pākehā men. And that just gives you a wee bit of sense of where we've come from, and perhaps tempers and helps us to know where we are going. Now, I would like to my submission has been over the top, not just what you mentioned about, I know you have to do a representational view, and those who have read it will find out that the countries we admire, the Scandinavian countries, Switzerland. Now, I think you've probably got a fair whack of that at local government conference, of how you want to go back down to local areas. And this taking away representation, I don't propose to go into the wonderful submissions you've had, from Jeremy and from Bruce at the back and so forth, and the Petone Community House, and the argument of costs. It intrigues me, because we've known what's happening nationally. If you try and cut the costs there, the other costs come up to cover the cost you have, and you would certainly know that, Tony. I also, just as a last point, want to make the issue about the politics behind the review, and that also irked me. And that's, no, I know you're a Labour Party, and I don't have a problem with that whatsoever. What I do have a problem is the further you take away people from their local wards, the more the political thing becomes into the Labour Party. I don't know if National got Citizens or whatever, the Green Party and so forth. And I know, having knocked on doors, hard luck, Sandra Gregg, she's left, and I think I mentioned in the submission how many doors there are in Petone. Running for mayor, it's a different story. You've got about, 47,000. So I ask you to think the bigger term as well, and put that when you're doing your mandatory review of the actual requirements of the representation review. I think that makes the point. We don't appreciate our history. Thank God you didn't get that building, this building hasn't been knocked down like the Methodist Church was. Then you don't get a sense of, helps you to know where you are going. Thank you.
It's just the one. That's okay. Leave that other one on for now. Thank
Sorry,
you, Ross.
You can hear, can you?
Yeah, no, we can hear you. Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Any questions? Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, just for clarity, and we've asked this of a lot of other people.
Sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
Sorry, just for clarity, clearly you want the Eastbourne and existing community boards kept, but do you also feel that other communities should be served by community boards?
I think that's the choice they need to make themselves. They haven't got the history of having it. They were part of all Lower Hutt. And Lower Hutt, presumably, for it's been enforced since 1881 through to 1989, when the whole thing, against the wish of Petone and against the wish clearly of Eastbourne, lost their councils and lost the efficacies they had in doing that, running their own show. You'd have to ask the old Lower Hutt, why in that period of time was there not a upswelling, look, we're not being represented properly. And that's quite intriguing when I said if the mayors were around here, it would be a tad of embarrassment. I think I've got this right, that there isn't any minority mayor, there isn't any woman mayor, and there isn't any Maori mayor that there was in the old previous boroughs. Does that help?
Any other questions? Thank you, Ross. Really appreciate you taking time. Okay. Al Abel, do we have Al here? Al online. Oh, great. Hi, Al. Welcome.
Hi.
Okay, 5 minutes. Over to you.
Okay. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you guys today about this representation review. I fed into this review as part of the disabled community, and I don't think our views were really considered with this report coming out since. If you take away our community boards, you take away a lot of access to a lot of people. You also take the grassroots of the community away to have somewhere to access before they go near the council. And for a lot of the disabled community in particular, that is very intimidating to come to council. And there's been many a time that I've come to council and I have just about not come at all. You take the community grants away as well, and the community boards give these grants out to the local community, and then they will go back to the council, and then it'll make it really tough on communities because they won't probably apply as much. I believe we need to stay with the current wards, the current wards that we have now, and I don't think we need to go into the system of getting rid of one ward and some other wards having two councillors. I also think that we're into our second term now of citywide councillors, and I don't think the citywide councillors are really working. They have not, as far as I'm concerned, been very effective, and they don't seem to represent the wards, and they don't seem to come into all the wards to represent and talk to us. I feel that the two ward councillor representation was way better than what we've got now. But I feel that we need community boards per ward. So each ward should have a community board going forward, not no board. But we need to ask those wards. Those wards need to be asked about that. I'm very worried if you take the boards away and the wards and a ward, that in the future my 10 and 12-year-old will have less access into local body representation, and they feel they won't probably engage with you guys. As it is, they told me this as well, that they wanted to make sure that the community board stayed so that they would feel more comfortable going to a board if they felt that they needed to come and talk to somebody.
Thank you, Al. Any questions from members? No questions. Thank you very much for giving up your time, Al.
That's all right. Bye.
Okay, well, that is us. So, believe it or not, we're only 4 minutes behind time after all of that. So a couple of us other speakers who were down are unable to make it. So what we'll do now is just take a 5-minute recess. And before I do that, I've just got one submission of a person who couldn't make it, who's just asked me to read that out, and that's Nicole O'Neill, who was down to be here at 1:45. She said, I merely wanted to state that the Eastbourne Council, Hutt City Council, should not be disbanded. Sorry, let me reread that. I merely want to state that the Eastbourne Community Board should not be disbanded since the Hutt City Council was making too many decisions which hurt our residents and property. Our voice is already ignored enough, and we need representation in the local area. It is important that we as ratepayer residents that our concerns are heard. Okay. I did actually read Eastbourne Council. I just read it off the page. I think I was set up there. So it must have been from Ross. But we can certainly note that submission down. So thank you, Nicole, for getting that in. Okay, we'll take 5 minutes and then we'll come back. Thanks. Okay, thanks, guys. We'll grab our seats if we can. Okay, let's go, guys. Thank you. Okay. So before we wrap up, now's our opportunity to ask any questions of officials. Richard, do you want to come forward? Is there anything question clarification wise that you'd like to ask now, and then we'll go to direction for the meeting on the 10th? I did say the 6th earlier, sorry, that's actually the 10th. So anything that you'd like to clarify from our team, Councillor Edwards?
Richard, could we have clarification or confirmation of what was said about area that wanted a community board and getting 10% of electors and council being required to look at and so on? Is that correct?
So under the legislation, Schedule 6 of the legislation, Belinda mentioned 10% of a local area can come together and make a request to council to be identified as a community. Council can then consider that and either accept or reject that. If they do accept it, then under the Act, a community board would be established as part of that. Jared, is there anything you'd like to add on that?
Just a couple of things. It's no less than 15% of electors, not 10%. So the threshold is slightly higher for populations over 1,500 people. I think, as Richard said, those signatories in petition is to force council to consider the establishment and recognition of a particular community. That's a distinct issue that is not necessarily about establishing a community board. It's about sort of the representation and recognising a representative area of a particular group of people in a continuous geographic area. The legislation is very clear that where a community is established, then a community board is also mandatory for that community area. The decision, though, is ultimately still for council. So the proposal, the electors can force council to consider a proposal. Council can either accept that proposal or decline to accept that proposal. If it accepts the proposal, has to be notified and consulted on, and it's subject to the same appeals process as the representation review itself.
Okay. Councillor Dyer.
Can I follow that? And then would the election for that community board not happen until the next council elections, or will it have its own election once it's established?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Any other questions? Clarify, Councillor Dyer.
Yeah, I've got a couple. There's been a suggestion around doing a targeted rate for the community board areas. Just checking that is technically feasible with our council. I know other councils do it, so I'm assuming so, but it'd be good to have a bit of clarity about if we physically can do that. There was some suggestion that there could be a harbour board, and so my query was, can a community board have almost like ward seats where you'd say there's a harbour board, 3 members from Petone, 3 members from Eastbourne? Is that possible?
Sorry, you're saying one community board, but perhaps specify the representation. I will need to check that because that's then setting up sub-areas within the area of your community board, and I'll follow up on the targeted rate with Jenny.
And then another one I had, there was some suggestion that there was an increase of trust in areas that had community boards. We've also just recently done our satisfaction survey. I wonder if there's any useful information that can be pulled out from that in terms of the questions we asked around trust of council with the areas that had wards and, the areas that had community boards and those that didn't. Cool, that's all for now.
Okay, anything else? Hi, Councillor Brown. Sorry, microphone.
It was asked earlier about the proportionate of who supported community boards and who didn't, and I think that's getting a total across the city of who supported and the percentage in each ward, and the same for who didn't.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Brown, we'll break down the responses to be by suburb, and so we're just working on that at the moment. We should have that information available for each of the questions, unless you just want it just for the community board question, but it might be useful to see it across all of them.
Is there a preference?
My preference would be for broken down to ward rather than suburb. Like there's some mesh blocks or suburb areas that don't necessarily communicate well to the locality as part of our current ward boundaries, and there's others that do. So I think having it to the existing ward boundaries gives us clear insight whether change is being requested or whether status quo is being asked to be retained.
I think the challenge for me on that is particularly in the harbour ward. It's helpful to see for the community boards, but Petone breakdown versus Eastern Bays and Eastbourne. So I think a suburb breakdown personally would be more helpful. I'm just trying to. Are we asking for different things?
I think that on the community boards question, if that's for you, Mr. Mayor, I can understand having that question broken down to suburbs within harbour, so that it's clear between those two board areas. But I think, in essence, for me, the global picture of the wards, particularly for areas where there aren't boards, is really helpful, because even in Wainuiomata, rather than having different kind of suburbs within Wainuiomata or mesh blocks, having it as one locality is easier to distinguish. But I do take your point for Harbour Ward, having it split into both the geographical area for Petone Community Board and Eastbourne Community Board as a subset would be helpful.
Yeah, I'm clear, Mr. Mayor. I think what you're asking for there is some suburb breakdown and ward breakdown and what we can do together. So I think we can work that through, Richard, yeah.
Okay, sorry, Kerry, your mic's still on, Councillor. Yep. Just checking online, Councillor Morgan, Councillor Tupou, any questions of clarification for the team? No? Okay. Anything else? Councillor Mitchell, Deputy Mayor Lewis?
Yeah, there was a question earlier about establishment of community boards through that means of petition. Aside from that too, I assume we can, as part of this representation review, could propose to establish new community boards just by order of an order of our council, rather than waiting for a petition. So,
that is available to elected members, but it would be a significant change from what was originally proposed. So it would require in terms of the appeals process, it'd have to be very clear on the reasons, and it would go out for the appeals process.
Thank you, and that was the rest of my question, how that would work within this process, if it could work within this process, or is it another thing that would carry over into a future process? So just a bit more information around that, not now, but thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I know this is about representation, but in the report back, the number wasn't announced, or mentioned of how much it costs to do this. How do we know, if we don't do any of it, the cost of the extra to communicate, wider with the community? The communities that have had community boards now, perhaps they don't have them, and there's still, how are they going to be dealt with? And is there going to be the cost of that onto the council?
It's I think it's going to be a hard number to quantify. I mean, I think we've got our engagement team who work across the entire city, regardless of whether we have community boards. And I don't think that we see our team, for example, not go to Wainuiomata because a board's there. So it just doesn't feel like we can kind of quantify that. Is that fair? Yeah. Yep. Councillor Briggs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just around the targeted rate, it would be good to understand what that's able to cover, whether it is just the salaries or whether it's the associated costs of providing officer support and enabling them in its entirety to operate. I think if we have that clarity, if we have that discussion, it's fully informed, because I think at the moment, for me, it's not clear what we can actually cover as part of that targeted rate and how that's sort of done around the country as well.
Councillor Shaw.
And just thinking about the targeted rate, is there any measures or whatever where we can measure communities by, I don't know what the proper word is, whether a decile rating or low socioeconomic type area? Is that,
that's a consideration when we're considering whether we can levy some communities. So for example, Taita versus Eastbourne.
But in terms of a targeted rate for a community board, is that, and whether there could be one application for an area like Eastbourne and one for an area like Taita, a different application?
I think there are different considerations entirely when it comes to targeted rates. So I just don't know how we factor that into the equation or into the decision.
I think you can't really differentiate between areas. I think either if your approach is a targeted rate, it's a targeted rate. Or it's universal. Councillor Brown.
So with the representation review, at its core principle, the representation that mentioned in there is of the people across the city. So how are we weighting that when we've still got the issue of one ward having 13 elected members and other wards having one? Are we weighting that in our decisions, or is our baseline that we've got areas that have got wards already, so are we keeping them? And then if anyone else wants some representation, well, then they just have to jangle together a petition. Like, have we got some set of principles out of the report?
You mentioned wards. Did you mean community boards? Currently, so the representation review panel prepared a report which had a series of recommendations. Council then agreed its initial representation proposal, which was to remove the wards. So currently you're considering, remove the community boards. So the proposal on the table is to remove the community boards. There isn't a proposal at the moment to consider across in any other weighting, but that's part of what this hearings and submissions process is about, and balancing the representation across the city in that way.
I think it's taking everything and it's time for us to make a judgment as well. So there's not necessarily a right or wrong with that, but it's a fair question. Councillor Tupou.
Kia ora, e te koro matua. Now, one of the speakers, Huia Puketapu, mentioned sort of the relationship between Waifetu and a possible future community board within that geographic area. So has there been any work done, question for the officers, or will there still be a little bit of background work in terms of mana whenua relationship? Should community boards be an option to be rolled out across the city for mana whenua or even local marae participation?
Sorry, we'll get our Chief Executive to cover that one off.
Thank you, Councillor Tupou, for the question. We've just been through a series of mana whenua hui, where all of our mana whenua were represented, in fact, Hui, I know, was particularly wanting to come to speak today about Māori wards, as did others. So obviously that's still on the table for you. I think Hui was expressing a particular, thought of hers, but there isn't a specific view from our Waifetu community that there should be an additional community board there. And if there was, I know that would come through our mana whenua hui. So we'll just wait and see how those pan out over the coming months.
Kia ora.
Any other questions? Councillor Edwards?
I know the primary question in front of us is over representation and the best way of representing it, but clearly we are also mindful of costs. And Bruce, I think, quite rightly challenged us that we know what the cost of community boards are, but we don't really have any idea of what the costs might be of an alternative structure if we don't have community boards. Would it be possible to get even some sort of, there's no proposal of what we're going to replace them with, but is it possible to get some ballpark estimate of what alternative arrangements might be in terms of engaging with our community, or we are not intending to do anything extra than what we currently do?
Can I put forward, I think we're naturally segueing into a bit of direction on what we would need to make a decision. So can I put something on the table for us to then discuss? And I'll start with your point, Councillor Edwards. I think that when you go back to a big section of the independent panel's report, you know, they were pretty critical in some points around our engagement with different parts of our community and making sure that a wide range of voices are heard through our processes. So I think as a starting point, regardless of where we land with our representation review, we do need to have a look at how we engage our communities and what sort of resourcing is needed to make that as effective as possible. And I don't know if that's more than currently what community boards cost or less, but I think if there's some work that the team could do, Joe, Jared, to bring that back to us. I suppose, so that's, I think, important. And while that will sit outside the decisions we make, I think it's important context for where we land. Then I suppose for me, when I look at the issue of the community boards, I would say that as at a baseline, I would agree with the disestablishment that the panel has put forward. However, through this consultation process, we've heard very, very clearly from our Eastbourne and Bays community in particular about the value that that adds for them. What I would like to see come back is how that could work on the basis that that was done through a targeted rate. Otherwise, I think if it wasn't, we would continue to have that equity issue where some areas of our city are ultimately paying for or contributing towards representation that they don't get themselves. So I would like that to come back to see what that looks like. I'll be quite honest that I don't think this case, in my mind, was made by our Wainuiomata community and our Petone community, as well as what we've seen clearly from our Eastbourne Bays community. So that's my view, and what I'd be keen to see come back. But I'm happy to sort of again discuss that, acknowledging that decisions, and I'm caveating all of that with I've certainly still got an open mind, need to be made on the 10th of September, rather than us trying to debate things now. Wanted to put that on the table just to be able to move us forward. Councillor Morgan.
Oh, kia ora everyone. Sorry I couldn't be there with you. I think my it's not really a question, it's more a statement, I guess, in line with what you've just said, Campbell, and you, Councillor Edwards, it's about what's next. I think we've heard some really different information today, and I wondered, once we get all of that information back from the officers, is there an opportunity for us to actually have a workshop to brainstorm a whole lot of, what ifs, all sorts of avenues? Once we have that information, is that even a viable option? I'm not sure.
I'll get Joe to comment on that.
Oh, thanks, Councillor Morgan. 100%. I think that it won't necessarily be before the 10th. So if you think it goes back to what Richard said here, is you've got a specific set of proposals in the representation review, which you have to come to a view of. As to then that sort of fairly rich information in the report around what community engagement could look like, then that's absolutely something that we would need to workshop with members to think about the again within the costs that might not be somewhere else, how you could use that more effectively or use it differently. And no doubt as part of that workshopping, we might actually want to test some of that out with communities, having done that with you first. So hopefully that answers your question.
Kia ora, can I just answer? Thanks. Yeah, that sounds really good, because I think that could give us a really good avenue for what was next, and then involving the community once again as well with really good factual evidenced information that we can present. So thanks, Joe, appreciate that. That sounds great.
Okay, any other thoughts? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. Just clarifying the question around the targeted rate. What was the question you were going to be finding out, or the answer you're coming back with, please?
Can it be used to fund a community board?
Okay, an add-on to that, I know another area has done it, I've heard, but is it, we're actually getting ratepayers to buy their democracy, is it Is it legal?
Yes, it's used frequently in other parts of the country, which has been said in this meeting. Yep.
And just to finish off with the comment that you made about the Eastbourne board and the turnout we had, and you were comparing it with Petone and, Wainuiomata. My observation, just for the moment, Eastbourne, their model is really good, Councillor Morgan, and that would be a fine model for this council to look at, what they actually do to engage with their community. But at the moment, Eastbourne and the harbour have got so many issues going on. That's why the community's engaged. If this representation review had been at the time of, say, when I was on community board, Petone Stadium, you would have had the Petone turnout here. If it was at the time of Wainuiomata, when you had the rubbish dump and all of that stuff going down there, when we had the community house chair in speaking, you would have had Wainuiomata turn up. So I really think it's a timing thing. And yeah, the representation in the communities is vital. And I think they all would have turned up if the issue had been current right now. So that's just a timing thing.
Look, we can only go by the submissions we received and what was put in front of us. And it's really important that whatever decision we make, we can point to evidence, because as we learnt from last time, if you don't base your decision on evidence rather than I think this, then Local Government Commission will come in and they will completely overturn whatever you decide. So it's really important that we're making decisions based on what's in front of us. Councillor Mitchell?
Yeah, just in terms of the requests that have been made for a workshop to discuss some options, and there were options presented in the report, although the authors acknowledged that was kind of outside their scope. Just encouraging officers to maybe even push the boat out a bit further. This is a representation review, so their ideas were around representational democracy. However, there are other ways of engaging and representing communities that are more participatory and may actually be better than any of those options of kind of trying to have proxy representation through community, I forget what they called them in the report, but anyway, I think there was a lot of stuff that wasn't covered in the report that has potential in this space as well for any areas that aren't served by our community boards.
I think I'm seeing nods here from the Chief Executive on that. Yep.
Yeah, that's the conversation I understand we need to have together, which is why I say it's consequent to this, and will take some time. But it's important you start to have those conversations around participative democracy, not just representative structures.
Councillor
Brown? I agree with Councillor Lewis about timing on when people turn up. I'm still sitting on it's either all or none. We've been through this with Wainuiomata where we didn't get good advocacy of at the time for direct buses. Wainuiomata, 22,000 we have. Someone said 20, it's 22. We have no direct buses into town, yet Eastbourne has 7 to 14 daily buses into town with a ferry. We are going to go back to, when we go back to the public, again, we are supporting one ward because it's upwardly mobile, and I admire the people that have come in, but end of day, there's people that need representing with different needs, different styles, not good writers, not policy, all of that. So I would sit on it's all or none for me.
But wouldn't we say that is for example, a community board structure serving that community then? Or is it, or do we need something else, which goes back to actually looking at and resourcing something else to make sure that that's happening in places like Wainuiomata? I think that's the, yeah. Councillor, sorry, and I'm starting the debate. Apologies, that's my fault, so we shouldn't do that. Any other thoughts? Sorry, Councillor Tupou.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On this occasion, I tend to agree with Councillor Morgan that I think it would have been helpful in hindsight for us to hold a workshop even possibly alongside the community board members, and engineering what would be the future model. Obviously that time has passed, but yes, it's. I just want to comment that I worked with Pete Metcham over several years on different things, but one comment that I disagreed with was the that I think that community boards have given the likes of myself and others who aren't traditionally represented, having come from different backgrounds, the opportunity to stand and represent our communities, our diverse communities. And so maybe the model is no longer fit for purpose, but it's certainly, contrary to what Mr. Metcham said, it does in fact enable, where there are community boards, a diverse range of voices and views at the table. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor. Just clarification, I think Councillor Morgan was saying something a bit different, and we wouldn't have been able to do that workshop regardless, just with the way this process needs to go. But we can pick that up later. Okay, Councillor Dyer.
Yeah, I don't really know how to frame the question, but obviously the previous decisions of the last representation review got overturned because the data didn't agree with the decision. Based on the data, overwhelmingly Eastbourne wants to save their community board. So if we were to choose to get rid of it, is it almost a given that the Local Government Commission would overturn that? Or is that too crystal ball gazing?
I can't speak to that. Jared?
I think that what the previous decision was based on was actually some of the underlying data assumptions and the engagement that underpin the representation proposal. What we know from the process that was followed by the independent panel, as well as the engagement around that, is that it's a highly defensible process, which the Local Government Commission has advised they're comfortable with. That doesn't obviously preempt any decision they'd make on appeals, but in terms of a lift in the defensibility of our process, we're certainly confident in that. I think what would be true is that there would be risk in making decisions that either didn't retain the status quo or accept the initial recommendation proposal steps. So if there was a modified decision made, we would have to be very sure that there was data, evidence and rationale that underpinned that, because that could become subject to an appeal that could be successful.
Okay, is there any further direction? And certainly don't just accept my view as that's the direction. If there's a different view of what you'd like to come back, and I mean now is the time to make sure we've got what we need to make a decision on the 10th, because that will be it. Councillor Briggs.
So my clarity following Jared's advice and your request, so there's 3 models coming back for our consideration on the 10th, is that correct? So there's status quo, there's what the independent panel have put in the report as the preferred option, which we consulted on, and then there's the model that you've put forward, is that correct?
Well, that's the direction I think we've given at this point in time. I think the panel report and status quo kind of have to come back, I would say, and then what I'm asking for is particularly around a targeted rate for a board that has demonstrated or submitted to us a significant desire to be retained. Yep. Councillor Dyer?
Yeah, just on that target rate, I know we've kind of asked broadly is it possible to do it, but also just the timing of it. Obviously, elections don't align perfectly with our financial years. Could we introduce it on 18th of October next year?
It's not, no, detail, it's all good, we can sort that out. Okay, anything else? Karen, sorry, Councillor Morgan, thank you.
Oh, kia ora. Just to clarify, so we have a decision to make, basically yes or no, around the community boards, and what you're proposing is maybe now these other models of targeted rate. Are we at risk if we just say, let's say we were to say no, but we are then going to move forward to look at different models and explore them and put those on the table, one being that it may be targeted? Because I'm just wondering, if we say targeted now as a potential model, are we not maybe exploring enough diversity around that, particularly when I hear Councillor Brown and I think about those areas that aren't represented, because we could easily go targeted, bam, done, cool, easy peasy, sorted. But are we giving it enough, I guess, investigation as to what possible other models could be explored? Just a question.
I think we've got to operate within what we can control within the representation review, and the other models outside of that, we can do that, but we need to make a decision on our representation for the upcoming election, and we've also got a pretty firm deadline on that. So I don't think we can. There's nothing we can do from there. We've got to stick to that process.
What I've heard around the table and in the context of the decisions that face you, as you say, it's either status quo, the report's recommendations, or something that allows this targeted rate for communities that wish to keep that particular form of representation. Aside from that, if you, whatever decision you make, what then in the context of the rest of that report, which is a separate decision and a subsequent decision, what might you consider to support more participative democracy, more engagement with different types of communities in the event of the decision that you're making? So that's why I say it's two separate things, Councillor Morgan. And first things first, you've got to make a call on your representation review for the elections next year.
Okay, thank you everyone. We don't no need for any resolutions. Is there any clarification from you, Richard, Joe, from elected members that you would like? No? Clear as?
No,
excellent. Councillor Briggs?
So last question from me for clarity. When would the report be coming to us for our consideration?
So we will, I'm going to sit down with Jared after this and we'll work out the best way for this to come through. There will be a formal report coming for the meeting on the 10th. And it's just, the question is how much of this do we include in content, or do we find another format to bring that to you? Either way, we'll get that information to you. So it could be that we provide information in advance and then incorporate that into a final report. So you've got both.
The key thing just in terms of preparation of that report is we want to make sure we absolutely nail it and get it right. So we obviously want to make sure there's obviously something in advance, but we need to take the time to make sure the rationale is set out and that the information is presented in a way that, given this will be notified subsequent to the 10th of September, that we absolutely nail that based on what we know was our previous experience.
Okay. Councillor Shaw, Councillor Brown, then we'll close off.
Just seeking some clarity, and we just had a quick chat here. Does one of the options include community boards for all, or is that just not on the table at all?
I think we're saying at this point in time, we've not given any direction on that. And certainly from my view, I don't think that case has been made. And I think that we're risks opening a can of worms of, is there a community board for Stokes Valley? Is there one for Manor Park? Is there a Northern? I don't know. I think there's a real challenge in that. And I don't feel as if the submissions have really been strong enough to go down that path. Others may have a differing view. I'm open to that. It's what this opportunity is about, so the officials know what to bring back. Councillor Brown and Councillor Mitchell.
Targeted rate on all three current boards, or just on Eastbourne?
Eastbourne.
Eastbourne.
Yep. Well, that's what I've asked before. Yep.
No, not Harbour Ward, Eastbourne.
Yep. Councillor Mitchell.
Just a comment on the question of community boards for all. That's why I was kind of asking what process there would be for establishment of any further community boards, not necessarily for all, but any full stop. I mean, there were certainly a lot of people who sat at the end of the table today and spoke very strongly in favour of their own community board, but when asked what that means for the rest of the city, said that they thought that the whole city should have them. It wasn't a direct kind of question that they had answered necessarily in this survey, because the survey proposed the opposite. Yeah, so I kind of feel a bit like there's been a lot of people tell us there should be community boards across the city. I just don't even know what the process would be from here on in for us to go through this process on September 10th. If we were to consider establishing any new community boards, let alone all over the city.
I think that's in my mind of what was the initial proposal, and it proposed to disestablish the boards. So we were saying either status quo, disestablish the boards, and I think we're looking at options that were clearly articulated to us through the submission process. I don't think it was as strong an overwhelming response that we should have boards across the city. No one gave us a real understanding of what that would actually look like or a proposal. I think there's just a risk we go down a rabbit hole and it gets very messy on the 10th if we start to do that.
I think the issue there is it's not a debate you've ever had. It's not a debate in the report. It's not a debate you've had with the community. Where is the evidence? I think that's why it's status quo, the report's recommendations, some variation in the middle within that. Anything else is a different conversation for a different day. And indeed will sort of trigger all our significance and engagement type obligations to take us through that. But it is very separate.
If the case had been made through the submission process, in my mind, a different story. But in my judgment, I don't think it was. Yeah. Okay. No. Very good. Kerry, you're done?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
One last comment is that the submission process has attracted people who are on the board, particularly Eastbourne, but the other areas don't know what they don't know, so they're not going to submit on things that they really have no understanding on. But I still agree, we're dealing with what the representation review has presented us, and that's my only concern is the sidestep of the targeted rate to Eastbourne, but I agree we've got to deal with what is in the report.
And definitely, it's a fair point, and I'm not sold on that. I think it's just worth at least having that on the table, get our advice from our officials, and then we'll make a decision. Great. Okay, we'll move to closing karakia. Unuhia, unuhia, unuhia e te uru tapu nui, kia wātia, kia mama, tēnā kau, tia tina, tia wairua e te ara takatū. Koia ria rongo, whakeiri aki kia runga, kia wātia, ora, kua wātia, au, paumaria. Thank you. Okay, I declare our meeting closed at 4:57.